Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday, December 16th, Port Washington Board of Education meeting. At this time, if we could please all rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will now ask the district clerk to perform a roll call.
Adam Smith,
Present.
Julie Epstein, here. Sandra Alvarez,
Here.
Deborah Brooks, here. Rachel Gilliard, here. Awesome, okay. Nanette Melkonian, here. Jessica Milwani, here. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to adopt today's agenda. That's the December 16th, 2025 agenda. Do we have a second? Is that Ms. Gilliard raising her hand? Ms. Brooks? All in favor? 7-0. The agenda is adopted. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to recess into executive session to discuss employment of particular persons. Do we have a second? Ms. Melkonian, all in favor? 7-0. The motion is passed. We will now recess into executive session. Expect to return to public session at approximately 7:30.
You press this button. Hello, hello, okay.
I'd like to make a motion to reconvene in public session. Do I have a second? Ms. Epstein? All in favor? 7-0, we are reconvened in public session. At this time, I will call on the district clerk to make, I think, her final roll call.
Play some music. Adam Smith,
Here.
Julie Epstein. Here. Sandra Alvarez.
Here.
Deborah Brooks.
Here.
Rachel Gilliard.
Here.
Nanette Melconian.
Here.
Jessica Milwani.
Here.
And Kayleen Costello.
Here.
Thank you all. It's been a pleasure.
Do you want to do it one more time? Okay. 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 Good evening, Good evening, everybody, and welcome to tonight's Board of Education meeting. I'd like to start by acknowledging the difficult week our broader community and the world has experienced with the tragic events at Brown University and Bondi Beach, Australia. Our hearts and prayers are with all of the individuals, families, and students who endured such frightening moments. Even in moments like these, however, it is important to recognize the ways our students and school community continue to lead with character, service, and excellence. With that in mind, and although the season has ended, we would like to congratulate our high school football team on earning the Nassau County Service Award. Congratulations to the players and coaches on this meaningful achievement. Additionally, for the first time in Port Washington history, Levy Felix has won the prestigious New York Jets Most Outstanding Receiving Award. We also extend our congratulations to Harry Aignon, who was a finalist for the Most Outstanding Quarterback Award. Please join me in a round of applause for those outstanding accomplishments. As we enter the holiday season, we wish all of our families a happy, healthy, and restorative break. We hope our students have the opportunity to simply be kids and enjoy some well-deserved time away from school. And we look forward to welcoming everybody back in the new year. Happy holidays to all. As mentioned previously, both of our district clerks are retiring, and we have been fortunate enough to welcome their replacements this evening. We're going to appoint them at this time and then administer the swearing-in process. Motion to approve item 6.1. Do we have a second? Ms. Brooks? All in favor? 7-0. Great. I will now ask our current and outgoing district clerk to please administer the oath of office.
Jean, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I faithfully discharge the duties of the office of District Clerk
and that I faithfully discharge the duties of the office
of
of District Clerk
at Port Washington Union Free School District,
at Port Washington Union Free School District,
Town of North Hempstead,
Town of North
Nassau
Hempstead,
County,
Nassau County,
Port Washington, New York,
Port Washington, New York,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Jean. Just sign right there. Okay. Mary Beth? Okay. Mary Beth, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office of Deputy District Clerk
the duties of the office of Deputy District Clerk
at Port Washington Union Free School
at
District,
Port Washington Union Free School District,
Town of North
Town
Hempstead,
of North Hempstead,
Nassau County,
Nassau County,
Port Washington, New
Port
York,
Washington, New York,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, please, right there.
Great. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with our new district clerks. Thank you. With that, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Posse for the report of the superintendent.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mary Beth, and congratulations to Jean. You have big shoes to fill, but we have the utmost confidence in your abilities, and we look forward to working with you in your new capacity. So congratulations. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our final board meeting of the 25 calendar year. I hope that everyone fared well during the weekend snow. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to our facilities department for their hard work ensuring our campuses were safe and ready for students and staff on Monday. Team members were on site early Sunday morning and again early Monday, salting, sanding, and preparing our buildings and parking lots, and we're grateful for their efforts. As winter settles in, I'd like to briefly review our inclement weather plan for the board and community. Our school calendar includes one built-in snow day. As a result, the first weather-related closure of the year remains a traditional snow day. If that day is used and additional closures are necessary, the district would transition to remote instruction. This approach helps us preserve the school calendar and avoid disruptions to spring recess. For non-consecutive closures, the first remote learning day would follow a 2-hour delay schedule. If closures are consecutive, only the first day would follow the delayed start and subsequent days return to a regular schedule. Instruction may include a combination of live and independent learning. In the event that a teacher assigns independent learning, they'll start the instructional period with direct instruction and be available to answer student questions at the end of the instructional period. Families of students in pre-K through grade 1 will receive Google Meet links via Parent Square, and students in grades 2 through 12 will access Google Meet through Google Classroom or through Parent Square. In the event of a snow day, delayed opening, or remote learning day, families will be notified no later than 6 a.m. through Parent Square. We've also dedicated a section of the district website to house this information under the district tab titled Closing, Delayed Opening, and Remote Instruction Guidelines. A letter outlining this information was sent home to families earlier this month, and if remote instruction is utilized, building-specific information will be shared with each principal. I'd like to thank the PWTA for their partnership in developing this plan, and again, it will only be used if necessary to avoid disruptions to the spring recess. As part of my report this evening, I want to acknowledge a serious incident that occurred over the weekend. Yesterday, we shared a letter with Weber families to inform them that on Saturday morning, a swastika was discovered in a boys' restroom at Weber Middle School. Anti-Semitism and hate have no place at Weber Middle School or in our community. The impact of symbols like this is real, particularly for our Jewish students, families, and staff. The district responded immediately. The symbol was documented and removed, and an investigation was launched in partnership with the Port Washington Police Department. This response is grounded in Weber Middle School's longstanding participation in the Anti-Defamation League's No Place for Hate program. Weber has been part of this initiative since 2017, committing to a comprehensive, student-centered approach to addressing bias, bullying, and hate. As part of this work, the school community annually reaffirms a resolution of respect and engages in multiple school-wide efforts each year focused on inclusion, empathy, and standing up for one another. These efforts are intentionally woven into the school experience and reflect an ongoing commitment to creating a safe, welcoming, and respectful environment for all students. At the same time, incidents like this remind us that this work is ongoing and requires continued reflection, education, and partnership. I want to thank Principal Beth Javelin and the Weber staff for handling the situation with care and urgency. I'm grateful to our families for their continued partnership. I'm grateful to our faith leaders in the community for their partnership as we navigate this event as well. As we continue to look at the work unfolding across our schools, I want to share a few examples that reflect our district goals and the daily efforts of our students and staff. Across academics, the arts, and athletics, our students continue to achieve at high levels. At Schreiber High School, students earn state-level recognition through DECA and national success in debate at the Princeton tournament. In the arts, 11 students were selected to perform at the NYSSMA All-State Conference, and seniors' original composition and a senior's original composition was chosen from more than 150 statewide submissions for the Young Composers Showcase. Behind each of these moments are educators who hold students to high standards while creating the conditions for them to take risks and grow. Our students are also being recognized for character and service. The girls' soccer team earned the Nassau County Sportsmanship Award, and the football team received the Nassau County Service Award for the second consecutive year. These recognitions reflect the focus in our schools and how students treat each other and the responsibility they carry beyond the classroom. The arts have been a powerful point of connection this season. I had the opportunity to attend the Schreiber Theater Company's production of Sense and Sensibility and the 8th grade concert at Weber Middle School. In both settings, students performed at exceptionally high levels, demonstrating skill, discipline, and confidence well beyond what is typical for their age. The quality of the work reflected care, preparation, and strong guidance, and the pride students felt in sharing their work with families was evident. I am also looking forward to tomorrow evening's concert at Schreiber High School and the AP Art Show, which continue to showcase the depth of student talent across the district. The work we see in classrooms, performances, and programs across the district is closely connected to the system to support teaching and learning. And with that in mind, I would like to briefly preview the discussion later this evening focused on program enhancements. At this stage of the budget process, our focus is on identifying priorities, clarifying our direction, and surfacing the conditions we need to weigh as we move forward, rather than finalizing numbers or making funding commitments. Formal budget discussions will begin on January 20th with a detailed review of the factors influencing the budget. This evening's discussion serves a different purpose. It is intended to introduce the board to instructional initiatives that have emerged from this year's work and to invite discussion about how these ideas align with our shared goals and longer-term direction, with the understanding that they'll continue to be refined as the process unfolds. The program enhancements being discussed tonight reflect areas of focus that have taken shape over the past several months. They're informed by classroom observations across all buildings, leadership team discussions, fall data presentations, and extensive feedback gathered through the listening tour with faculty, staff, and the community. Together, these inputs have helped surface both opportunities and challenges that warrant thoughtful consideration. At their core, these initiatives reflect a focus on strengthening foundational instruction, improving coherence across classrooms, and expanding pathways for students. The details of these ideas will be explored more fully later this evening as part of the board's program enhancement discussion. Let me now turn to the assistant superintendent's reports. Dr. Shields, our deputy superintendent, will acknowledge our retirements that are also on tonight's agenda and provide an enrollment report. Dr. Shields.
Good evening and thank you. As Dr. Posse mentioned, we have 16 teacher retirements on tonight's agenda. It's a larger than usual class filled with all sorts of levels of high talent that will be missed in our district. We will go ahead and start to try and fill those positions at the end of January or the beginning of February. as we get further into the budget process. And, you know, they're a big loss for our district, and we're very grateful for their long and storied careers that they've had here in Port Washington. So they will be missed. By way of an enrollment report, the last enrollment report was calculated on December 10th. At that time, we had 5,090 students in grades K through 12. That's 168 students less than we had this time last year. And finally, I just want to make sure the board is aware that while you're going to start talking about the budget process next month, we as the district administration are already looking at staffing for the 2026-27 school year. And there's a lot of conversations going on right now with the directors and the building level leadership. So we look forward to reporting on that in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shields. During our recent data overview, trustees asked for additional context around student performance of our special education students on the New York State alternative assessments. Dr. Allen will now provide an overview for the board.
Thank you, Dr. Posse. Yes, as you mentioned and related to some questions that came up, I wanted to share some information and context about the New York State Alternate Assessment. It's also referred to as NYSA. This is part of the New York State testing program that measures the attainment of the state learning standards in the areas of English language arts, math, and science for students with the most severe cognitive disabilities in this district. Students are assessed annually in ELA and mathematics in grades 3 through 8, and then one time at the secondary level prior to exiting school. Science is assessed annually in grades 5, 8, and then again once at the secondary level prior to exiting. The specific grade level a student is assessed at is determined by the birth date range that's developed by NYSED each year. NYSED has provided a specific set of guidelines for CSEs to consider whenever a student is being considered for the NYSA versus a general assessments. They need to meet a specific criteria in order for the CSE to make those recommendations. NYSA students are assessed on a program called Dynamic Learning Maps, which is an alternative assessment system. It's computer-developed adaptive assessment that measures student achievement in the areas of ELA, math, and science on standards. However, those standards are at a reduced level of depth, breadth, and complexity. This computerized assessment allows for greater student accessibility and provides more useful information to help inform instruction. I looked over the last couple of years. So during the 2023-24 school year, there were 19 students district-wide eligible for NYSA, and 3 of those students were opted out by their parents. More than 50% of the students who participated earned scores at level 3 and 4 in all 3 of those areas. Again, in 24-25, we had 20 students eligible, 3 of those who were opted out. Again, more than 50% of our students who participated earned scores at level 3 and 4 in all 3 levels. I will continue to work with my team for our students both in and out of district to monitor their progress on the NYSA and their IEP goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. On tonight's agenda, we have the establishment of the rate for EV chargers. Ms. Manuel will discuss that, and she'll also discuss the concept of establishing a repair reserve as part of the 26-27 budget.
Thank you, and good evening. So as part of the 2026 PSCG Long Island Make Ready program, the district has had Linkwell Level 2 EV chargers installed at 8 locations at no charge to the district. A total of 6 chargers were installed at 8 locations. So we have the Montfort lot, we have Shriver High School, Weber Middle School, South Salem, Sousa, Guggenheim, Daly, and Manor Haven elementary schools. The EV charging stations support sustainability, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and will serve the transportation needs of district employees, port residents, visitors to port, and future district-owned vehicles. The current district utility cost charged by PSEG is 0.29 cents per kilowatt. It is my recommendation that the Board of Ed approve the resolution to establish the rate of 58 cents per kilowatt hour for those using the EV chargers. This will offset costs associated with the stations. Usage rates will be monitored regularly and reviewed annually, along with electricity costs versus revenue and maintenance costs. Are there any questions regarding that?
I did like a little bit of casual research myself, and those rates seem like extremely high for level 2 charging on Long Island. Is that kind of data, like, I know that it sounds like we kind of just are looking to roughly like double our cost, but do we think that that's a fair rate in the market? Has that been looked at?
I do believe it's a fair rate. When the chargers were installed, the rate was 80 cents. So
Which is very high.
Right. So we brought it down. Most districts do not want to make a profit off of it. They simply want to cover the costs of it. There's costs of maintaining them as well as the software that goes with it. So it is something we'll look at, and if the price needs to be adjusted, we will do so.
Okay, yeah, it seemed like the rate for level 2 is like more like in the mid-40s, but if we think people will still use it at that rate and that's covering our costs, I guess so be it. I just wanted to make the comment.
When we were briefed on it, I think that we were told that we could set different rates for staff and for the community. Has there been discussion or thought about whether or not we would want to do that?
We thought it was best to set one rate at this time.
Are you going to give me more on that or no?
What was that?
Are you going to give me more on that? I mean, I'm coming at it from the angle of whether or not we want this to be an extra benefit for our staff, right?
Yeah. So the district, we have to make sure our costs are being covered. So if we do less than what it's costing us, that's really giving a benefit to our employees, which is at the expense of taxpayers. So I think at this time we need to assess what the costs really will be related to it before we would give a discount.
That makes sense. I mean, I definitely don't think that we should be setting a rate that it then costs us money, for sure. So it sounds like you're still doing assessments of the whole structure and the cost, and so it may change in the future.
Yes, and I did speak with other school districts that have implemented it, and it was a similar charge to what they're charging.
Thank you.
So at yesterday's Budget and Facilities meeting, the recommendation to establish a repair reserve was discussed. A repair reserve is a designated fund to address non-recurring major repairs to capital improvements or equipment, and it's utilized by many New York State school districts. Under New York General Municipal Law 6D, the Board of Ed may establish a repair reserve for which voter approval to fund the reserve is required. To expend funds from the reserve, 2/3 of the Board of Ed must approve the expenditure, and a public hearing is also required. Funding the reserve would require a separate proposition on the school budget vote ballot. So this is something we would be discussing more throughout the budget process, but I just really wanted to draw the board's attention to what was discussed at the budget facilities. Yes.
Could you please elaborate on why a repair reserve is needed and the money couldn't be taken from someplace else?
Sure. So a lot of our boilers are at their lifespan, like they're actually operating beyond what the expected life is. Into the future, we will be having more repairs. We don't know exactly when that's going to happen, But we had an example at the middle school where our air conditioning, the inside of it was, it wasn't working. So we had to spend over $300,000 to repair that. Something like a repair reserve would help us. We wouldn't have to put off other projects that were planned. We could use the money from the reserve. We also had fuel tanks at the administration building. That was a cost of $800,000. So that was an example of where we had to use our undesignated fund balance to actually make those repairs to it, which is still a project that's going to be taking place. So it's things like that as a district is coming to the end of life of a lot of our major equipment. It's prudent to have a repair reserve. Did that answer your question? Or?
I guess I don't understand why the money can't come from the unreserved fund. Like, why make a separate fund? I understand making a separate fund for the capital fund, that I understood for a long-term project. But when something like this happens, when the gas storage tank or the oil tank failed, or a roof fails, or a boiler fails, the money necessarily has to come from someplace. I'm trying to understand the advantage of putting this money in a separate fund, which is restricted to these particular.
Sure. So when we do a transfer to capital, we have projects that are planned out, like roofs, a tennis court, abatements to the flooring. So when things like this come up, like the middle school air conditioning, we had to postpone those projects that we had planned. So that's pushed off to a future year in order to do that. There were also things from our contingency in the building and grounds budget that we had to push off in order to find the money to do that. So $300,000 is a significant amount of money to actually have to find. So that's the benefit of this, is that we know in the future we are going to be having more repairs. We don't have to increase taxpayers' contributions each year, but if at the end of the year we have a surplus, this is another place to put it in addition to all of the other reserves that we have established.
I would also just add that one of the benefits of not having to dip into that 4% unrestricted reserve, right, is we still keep that protected for unexpected things that cannot be covered by a repair reserve, a capital reserve, other things of that nature. So this allows us to have long-term fiscal planning for repairs, large repairs, not like little repairs, right? Larger repairs that may come up either emergently or planned, as Kathy's saying. So we'll hear more about it in January, but even at the budget level, we're talking from a level 1 building condition survey, we have $36 million worth of repairs to do. And so this is just trying to help us so we don't have to exhaust our unrestricted funds, and we can just put some money aside from our surplus to address them as they come and not have to take from other areas.
Is this basically just to keep the 4% sacrosanct?
Yes, and also if you continue to go into your undesignated 4%, the district goes out each year to borrow. We borrow about $20 million to make all of our payroll and our debt payments. If you're going into your 4%, the lenders of that money see that, and it decreases our fiscal standing. So this is a way to stay financially secure. Anything else?
Thank you, Ms. Manuel. That's my report for this evening. If there are no other questions, the student report.
Good evening. Since the last board meeting, I have met with Manor Haven, concluding my first round of meetings with the elementary schools and the middle school. I met with a group of 5 fifth-grade students, and we had a thoughtful conversation about their experiences and what they would like to see improved. They shared that they truly enjoy opportunities to make new friends, and that time spent together, especially in the playground, is an important part of their day. They expressed interest in updated playground facilities, including improvements to the blacktop and Gaga pit. Lunch was another commonly discussed topic. The students mentioned that the lunch line could be long and that they would love a wider variety of lunch options. They expressed an enthusiastic desire for having a voice in choosing those options, maybe through voting or sampling foods. Perhaps an opportunity for students to have a say in their meals could be explored, similar to the tasting groups led by Chef Dwayne last year. Academically, they also shared that they'd appreciate more variety in the books that they read in class. Looking ahead, I will begin my second round of meetings with all of the elementary schools and with Weber Middle School in the new year. I plan to focus more deeply on academic experiences for this next round. After our previous discussions about the new grading policy at Schreiber at the last board meeting, I decided to gather Schreiber students' opinions regarding the changes. Many students are still confused or concerned about elements of the transition. Students have expressed worries about the reduced weighting for honors and AP courses, the equally weighted quarters, and the fact that the Regents exams will no longer count toward their final averages. They feel that the 1-point weighting of honors and AP courses was deserved because of the difficulty of these courses. Furthermore, students expressed that the old and current system of differently weighted quarters was beneficial as they are still adjusting to the new year in the first quarter and are more accustomed to their classes as it reaches the fourth quarter. Regents exams increased final averages for some students, prompting concerns from these students about losing this grade booster. There are still widespread misconceptions about how the grading policy changes will work next year, and further communication may be needed to address these confusions and help students adjust as we approach the end of the school year. Another common concern relates to cafeteria seating. Many Schreiber students have shared frustrations about the way the tables and seating are arranged. They state that on crowded days, it can be difficult to find a place to sit with their group of friends. Finally, I want to highlight a few recent and upcoming events across Schreiber. Schreiber recently held our annual window painting event where clubs and honor societies decorated the cafeteria windows with winter-themed designs. Students also had the opportunity to hear from a guest speaker who survived the Rwandan genocide, which was an incredibly powerful and moving experience. Our winter concert season is underway. The freshman concert was held last week, another was held last night, and the last remaining concert is taking place tomorrow night. Looking ahead, midterms are coming up at the end of January, and students are beginning to prepare. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. That was very informative. At this time, we are going to move to community comments. I believe at this time, we have only one person signed up, and she already knows the rules.
Good evening, everyone. Denise Paredes. I'm a parent in the district. I just have some thoughts to share about the current grading policy, similar to thoughts that Caitlin shared. I'd like to share some thoughts on the grading practices at the high school and ongoing discussion about the overall grading policy of the district. I'll begin by thanking the board's policy committee for their comprehensive and thoughtful work in reviewing the grading system holistically. I recognize the effort and seriousness with which this review has been approached and truly appreciate the thoughtfulness. However, despite that thorough work, the community still has not received clarity on one critical issue, whether this board supports a do-no-harm policy for the Regents exams. New York State still requires students to sit for the Regents exams. Students spend significant instructional time preparing for them. Regents scores still appear on the transcripts, colleges still see them, and yet under the current grading practice at Schreiber, Regents exams are completely excluded from any consideration in the final course grade. That is not a neutral decision. It actively harms students. Not giving them the benefit of their own significant effort is the wrong path. An overwhelming number of our neighboring districts use a do-no-harm policy, not because the Regents tests are great exams, but because students should never be penalized for taking a state-mandated exam. A do-no-harm policy ensures the score can help a student but never hurt them. It's fair, it's reasonable, and most importantly, it is the regional norm. Tonight, the grading policy is on your agenda as a committee report. As you're all aware, under New York State governance, policy decisions are made by the Board of Education. Of course, committees play an essential advisory role, but they do not set policy. You do. You're our elected representatives, and it is your responsibility to clearly articulate where you stand on matters that directly impact students. The community is not asking what the Grading Practices Committee decided last June. We want to know where you stand as a board. Does this board support a do no harm policy for Regents exams? Does the board believe students should be given the benefit of their own effort? Does the board believe Port Washington students deserve the same protections as students in nearly every neighboring district? I look forward to tonight's discussion, and thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? If not, we will move into our first discussion item of the night. Dr. Feeney, I think you're going to go in the hot seat.
Good evening. Thank you for an opportunity to talk to the board a little bit about some of the program enhancements that we would like you to consider for the upcoming school year. The presentation here was given, a more robust version of the presentation was given on Friday to our curriculum committee. This is a condensed version. There'll be a link to the full version, which is already posted on the district webpage. So a few themes as we go through this presentation. I want to point out that everything here that we talk about is linking back to our district priority areas with a purpose of strengthening instruction, ensuring a level of coherence and consistency across our schools, expanding opportunities for our students, especially at the secondary level, providing a few additional on-ramps for advanced mathematics pathways, and supporting equitable access to rigorous learning. The enhancements support our district priorities. The board has discussed these priorities. They've been communicated to the community. And as we go through the presentation, you'll see these themes appear throughout. I want to spend a little time on this slide because everything that follows fits into this shift. What we are presenting in this program enhancements presentation is really the culmination of the work we've been doing, the presentations we've been giving, and it tries to showcase where we are and what we've been building over the last few years and what we're going to continue to build. Instruction that varies across schools, classrooms, and grade levels. You've often heard me refer to it as pockets of excellence. We're looking for shared expectations for curriculum instruction across all of our grade levels. Access to advanced coursework, sometimes uneven, sometimes not clear. Providing multiple entry points for our students. Tier 1, Tier 2 support structures, differing by building. Having an in-house coaching model that strengthens instruction and supports teachers in real time. Moving from some inconsistent monitoring of student growth and achievement to a more regular data meetings that review student achievement on common assessments so that we can inform instructional strategies. Right now we have about a third of our 8th graders taking Algebra 1. This has been mentioned in past presentations. This limits opportunities for advanced high school coursework. We want to try to change that, shift that a little bit, get more of our 8th graders able to take and challenge and succeed in Algebra 1, and also offer some on-ramps. If you are not ready to advance in 8th grade, making sure there are some other opportunities when you're ready that we can be there for you. The elementary level, we've done some presentation on elementary, the purpose of these enhancements have been discussed. just mentioned about Tier 1 instruction, increasing consistency across schools, supporting the adoption of our new mathematics program that was put in place last year, and our shift to a new literacy program. So that's what's been happening, what will continue to happen in the years ahead. And really this use of real-time data to provide support for our teachers. We support our teachers, they are going to create better academic outcomes for our students. Just sit on this slide for a little bit. It highlights a core theme that you're going to see throughout our presentation. On the left, we have instructional practices varying too widely. You've got student outcomes that vary widely. We don't have a consistent program for informational text growth. When that area, one of the literacy pillars, is evaluated, we're seeing not a large number of students reaching their target growth, 27%, 25, 15, 5%. These past few years, we've had a consistent K-2 program for our phonics instruction, a consistent program implemented within each school, has produced much better results, more consistent and higher. The takeaway is simple. If we can align our practices and we can align our support for teachers with consistent evidence-based approaches, student growth, it's going to be more predictable. It's going to be higher as well. So this is a perfect slide as to, an illustration as to why we have been emphasizing elementary instruction over the years, and we'll continue to do so. To help support our work on elementary instruction, we are proposing the start of some elementary instructional coaches. So I want to pause a little bit because the notion of instructional coaches, sometimes it can raise some questions. These are not supervisory positions. They are teacher positions, and their purpose is to work alongside our teachers, not to evaluate them, to collaborate with the teachers. This is a common model. The value of instructional coaching is that it's job embedded. Our coaches work with teachers in real time on things such as planning, small group instruction, lesson design, the implementation of our mathematics, literacy programs. This is not about compliance. It's about support for our teachers. It's about turning that 66% growth rate we saw earlier into growth that's aligned with the expectations in the other classes. Coaches can model a lesson, they can co-plan with the teacher, they can analyze student work together, and they can help think through how to adjust instruction for a particular group of students or a particular student. Many cases that work will happen during the school day, in classrooms, with teachers who ask for and who welcome that support. So importantly, this is not a new concept in our district. We already have this model in place in our instructional technology department. Our technology staff developers, they model lesson, they support planning, they help teachers integrate tools meaningfully and respond to teacher needs as they arise. We have 2 of those staff developers in our technology department. This is a model that's widely used and it's been very well received. So what we're proposing here is similar in that spirit. Instructional coaches bring that same kind of support to, not technology in this case, but literacy and mathematics instruction, core areas where we are asking our teachers to continue to implement new programs and approaches over the next few years. So for students, you know, when we support teachers in this way, students benefit directly. More consistent instruction across classrooms means fewer mixed messages for students and families. It also helps ensure that instructional shifts take hold rather than living only in maybe documents or presentations or professional development sessions. At our middle school level, purpose of our middle school enhancements, a focus on a smoother, more predictable transition from grade 5 to 6, improving student organization, belonging, academic confidence, and creating additional common experiences across teams and buildings, and looking at structural pain points that hinder readiness for high school. A lot of discussion about the transition. Last year, we started in response to some of the feedback we received from parents as well as administrators and teachers and students, addressing some of these concerns, from teacher alignment of expectations, parent communication, executive functioning, at student-led Q&A events at each elementary school for fifth graders, and the fifth grade departmentalization at each elementary school. These are steps that have already been taken to try to strengthen that transition. We do have an update regarding one of the languages that we have been offering at our middle school, Latin. Due to declining enrollment, which one can see up here, we currently have 14 sixth graders enrolled in Latin. That's been a steady decrease over the last few years, from 32, 20 to 19 to 14. So we have this enrollment change. We have a pending retirement of the Latin teacher. We're going to propose to discontinue Latin for incoming Weber students. We will continue to support Latin and Latin instruction for students who are enrolled, both in current grade 6 throughout, and we will continue to support those students. New students will choose from the remaining 3 languages coming into 6th grade, and we plan to continue to keep Latin as an option for students at Schreiber. So 9th graders going into Schreiber will have an opportunity to take Latin as a second language. So currently we have 4 Romance languages being offered in our district. A shift away from Latin at the middle school, even as we maintain it at the high school, gives us an opportunity to look at a different language choice, and we do hope to be able to review that next year. So for students, smoother transition, clear expectations, stronger relationships, predictable pathways. We're going to talk a little more about pathways up ahead. It's worth spending a little bit of time on our mathematics sequencing, as for a variety of reasons, this is a major focus of some of the shifts discussed in this presentation. We want to be able to ensure that students have the time they need to build deep mathematical understanding. We want to be able to address long-standing inconsistencies in acceleration and some of the pathways, remove unnecessary gatekeeping practices, and create a fairer system that still allows access to advanced mathematics. Specifically the sequencing, we've heard over the years some of the concerns. Right now, for students to advance to Algebra 1 in the 8th grade, they need to take a mathematics course in 7th grade that includes both all of Math 7 and all of Math 8. I have heard high school mathematics students describe it as one of the most challenging mathematics courses they've taken. You're compressing 2 years of study into 1 while you're a 7th grader, with all the other stuff that goes on with 7th graders. So this current Math 7 acceleration model, it can create stress among students. So we're looking for a redesigned sequence, still leads to Algebra 1, but in a more developmentally appropriate pacing, with greater accessibility of the curriculum. So getting into that algebra course in 8th grade is key because those are the students that have a very clear path to AP Calculus in the 12th grade. So not that everyone needs to take AP Calculus, but we want to make sure the path is available for those that find later on that this is something they'd like to be able to take. So our revision is going to prepare more 8th graders for Algebra 1 and provide more accessible on-ramps for students, maybe who took Math 8, but then later on demonstrate a readiness for advanced coursework. Described the current model already. I want to talk about the potential new model. Acceleration decisions still made at the end of grade 6, but this new Math 7-8 course still covers all of Math 7, but only approximately half of the Math 8 material. That remaining Math 8 material gets shifted into the Algebra 1 course that they would take in 8th grade. So you have a ramp that's not as steep and becomes a little more accessible to students. It's, this accelerated 7-8 course will be more approachable. We are also proposing to remove the placement exam that is given to 6th graders as part of the desire to get into that Math 7-8 course. So we're removing the placement exam and we're having a ramp that's not quite as steep, so more kids will be able to take that algebra course in 8th grade. You get more kids who can be successful in that algebra course, and for those who may have forgotten, our Weber students are incredibly successful right now in that algebra course. We have 100% passing, 100% mastery virtually every year. So the students that have been taking Algebra 1 at Weber have been incredibly successful. We'd like to see more students be able to take it. So talked a little bit about the placement exam changes. This is one of the shifts. Removing that 6th grade Math 7 acceleration placement exam is one. And we're looking also at the 9th grade honors biology placement exam as well as the earth and space sciences placement exam. Not for next year, but something to be considered in discussion next year. The notion of early high stakes testing doesn't really necessarily align with some of the other initiatives we're putting through, and we'd be looking, we've got a lot of multiple data points we're using from course grades to the iReady diagnostic score, midterm exams. As exams become more consistent across classes and grades, we can use them as more important pieces of data in these decisions. So what's this look like then for students? This is roughly an outline. You've got your grade 6, got a strong foundation. End of grade 6, that's where a placement decision is being made. You can choose Math 7, you can choose Math 7-8. From Math 7-8, there's a direct line going down to Algebra 1. But there may be some students who say, well, I'm not quite ready for Algebra 1, I'd like to go to Math 8. Similarly, you've got a direct line from Math 7 to Math 8, but there will be a pathway for a strong Math 7 student to challenge that Algebra 1 course in 8th grade. So, our goal, of course, is not to lower expectations at all, but we want to make sure that these decisions to access these courses are fair, consistent, and aligned with how students are actually performing over time, not just with a single placement exam. Shifting to the high school, we do have a few enhancements. A lot of them, access to rigorous study for all students clearly, increasing AP course offerings for students who are stepping into their first college level experience, having more of the supportive on-ramps. We'll see some more information about that. Modernizing some of the course offerings and strengthening our STEM arts and humanities pathways. So Part of the agenda later on is a full description of all of the new high school courses being proposed. I'm just going to give a quick overview of some of them with an emphasis on a few. I want to highlight this course. This is an AP seminar course being offered in the English department. AP seminar is part of a college board program, the AP capstone program. Came out about 12, 15 years ago. It's been around Long Island. A lot of schools have used it. I discussed this in one of my presentations a couple years ago at the curriculum committee meeting. This AP seminar course is unlike a lot of other AP courses that you may be familiar with. Students are investigating real-world issues through research, writing, and collaborative projects. You spend a lot of time developing the skills necessary to be successful in other classes, to do research papers. It's not about content, it's about skills. It focuses on the skills students need across all disciplines: research, analysis, collaboration, and communication. By opening this AP seminar course, by introducing it to the high school, opening it to a broad group of students, even ninth graders, we're going to give more students an entry level point into some of the advanced coursework without needing the specification or the specialization, I will say, that you would need in a content area, either mathematics or a science class. So this complements the work we're doing in mathematics by reinforcing the critical thinking and academic independence and the skills students need regardless of the pathway they choose. This is where this AP seminar course fits into the AP capstone program. Right now our commitment is to AP seminar. The high school will look at the capstone program and where it might fit in later. There is another course called AP Research that could be added on for a year 2 course. But that can be discussed next year. This is the mathematics flow chart that we're looking to. We'll talk about some of the new math courses, but first, this is just a partial piece of the mathematics flow chart. This is the part that starts with Math 8 in the 8th grade. There is a whole different section for those students who are in Algebra 1, but as I mentioned, Algebra 1 students in 8th grade, there's a much clearer path to advanced coursework in mathematics. We've put this up here to emphasize a new pathway we've got to support kids who do want to take advanced coursework later on. So we're not looking at a single track. We don't have a fixed sequence, but we've got some defined pathways. I want to emphasize first this pathway on the left side of the chart. So a student going from Math 8, going to Algebra in 9th grade, Geometry in 10th grade, has the opportunity after Geometry in 10th grade to take 2 special courses in consecutive years, an Algebra 2 pre-calculus, and then a pre-calculus AP Calculus AB course that will cover 3 years of mathematics in those 2 years. It should be pointed out that both of those courses are extended courses. They meet 6 out of 6 days in the cycle. So there'll be sufficient time for students who are ready to challenge some more advanced coursework. We have had a combined pre-calculus, AP Calculus course in the past. What we found, however, is students who took that course were not at all successful on the AP exam. We think by spreading out the work over the 2 years, students will be better prepared to be successful on that AP exam. That's the left side. So that's a pathway to the advanced coursework. We also have students coming out of Math 8 who continue to struggle for various reasons. And as we continue to work on our math program at the elementary level, it's going to be less and less common, but but we want to be prepared for those students as well. For those students, we've introduced 2 new courses that will allow them to strengthen their existing skills, the skills that are missing, plug up any holes, and provide a stronger foundation so they can continue on with advanced coursework. One of those courses, the Foundations of Algebra 1 course, will prepare them to then take the following year, Algebra 1. And from that, they can take geometry and even get to Algebra 2. Or if they're still struggling, there's a Foundations of Geometry course that will get them to geometry. Our goal is to support students where they are, bring them where they need to be successful, not only at Schreiber, but in whatever path they choose after Schreiber. These are the 2 courses. The Foundations of Algebra 1, the Foundations of Geometry, those are the classes that will support students who are struggling. They'll keep them in a progression towards more advanced mathematics. So those important for that end. And then the next 2 courses, the Algebra 2 Pre-Calc and the Pre-Calc AP Calc, that's an important pathway. And I think similar to what we were doing with the Math 7 and 8, it's a less steep path towards getting to the advanced AP Calculus coursework. Mathematics department is also bringing in a new course, Topics in Pre-Calculus, Differential Calculus. That's going to be a dual enrollment course in conjunction with a local university. Want to also highlight one of our social studies courses, the Advanced Podcasting Media Production. That has been a huge hit. The sequence for the podcasting and the media work that they're doing out of the social studies department has been remarkable. This course will enable students to continue that study and possibly use this as a sequence. Just quickly, some additional high school course updates. We've had a huge enrollment in our growth in our choral ensembles. It's really due to the remarkable nature of our choir teacher. She's been absolutely fantastic. More students drawn to the program. The numbers and growth help support an expansion of the choral program to allow for both treble choir, the new course treble choir, which really existed in the school 8 to 10 years ago. It's bringing it back. So we've got 9th graders who can be in the treble choir. If you're not a treble, there's still the mixed choir you can join. And then the new course, which will be the chamber choir course for advanced students, and that's more of a showcase choir, the chamber choir course. So science department, a lot of these updates have to do with updates that New York State has provided with the next generation of the New York State Science Learning Standards or the College Board AP standards. Technology department, we've got several new courses that will help students in some of the technology-related aspects of their studies. World languages, they've got a few new courses. Once again, these courses in the description are all in full detail in the board agenda. The staffing implications for some of these changes. So we talked about the instructional coaches at the elementary level. We are also proposing a new position, pre-K through 12 Director of Mathematics. This is the person, we've been doing a lot of work in mathematics, and a Director of Mathematics will help oversee the work we've been doing, pre-K through 12, provide greater unity, collaborate, coordinate with our Director of Elementary Curriculum in the mathematics area, and help, especially at the secondary level, provide greater alignment as we are putting in some new pathways and acceleration models. We'll help teachers work with data, dig into it, and what this will help us do, it's going to right now eliminate some of the fragmented direction, uneven implementation when you're working across two buildings, and ensure some long-term consistency as well as support across all grade bands. We're also proposing instructional coaches, an instructional coach, a mathematics coach at the secondary level. Right now, it's going to be a shift in a role. We have currently a middle school department chair for mathematics and a high school department chair for mathematics. Their responsibilities are slightly different. The middle school teacher does not have release time. The high school teacher, department chair does have release time. In this model, those two titles would be removed, the department chair, recognizing, however, it's very important, even if you're going to put in a director pre-K through 12, you still want people that are connected at a building level. So we are proposing to put in place a secondary math instructional coach 6 through 12. That single position covers 6 through 12. It is not an administrative position. It's a position to support teachers, much as the way we had proposed for the elementary one. Model effective instruction, support daily planning, differentiation, lead coaching cycles to support. That coach, once again, not a supervisor, will carry a teaching load of 0.4 FTE and will report to the director of mathematics. So with these shifts we're doing, especially at the secondary level in mathematics, some of these new shifts, these new enhancements, to have a director helping to usher those in, oversee them, becomes very critical. So we've discussed a lot of different shifts. These staffing proposals, we are looking to support the work by creating that capacity so these shifts are sustained. We're not talking about adding structure just for its own sake. We want to make sure that all the work we've been doing, that we're outlining, that we're proposing, will reach classrooms and stay in place to support our teachers and our students. Instructional coaches will help teachers grow in their practice. And the director of mathematics will help ensure coherence across schools. So these positions together with the other shifts will help create stability even as programs evolve and the personnel change. We want a sustainable instructional model that supports teacher growth, strengthens Tier 1 instruction, and advances equitable student outcomes across all schools. Taken together, these enhancements respond directly to some of the inconsistencies and the access challenges identified at the outset of this presentation. This is our direction moving forward, building a more coherent, consistent experience for all of our students. We are looking to strengthen instruction by investing in our teachers, supporting our teachers, and this coaching model is one way we can ensure that the program enhancements discussed translate into better day-to-day instructional practices and learning for our students. As mentioned, this is a condensed version of a full presentation. You can view the full presentation on the link right there. The people involved in the full presentation are listed there, and I want to thank them once again for their support. Thank you.
Okay. Do any trustees have questions they want to ask? I can't imagine that we do. Ms. Maloney, do you want to start? What kind of work? No? Okay. Okay, let's start this. Okay. Deb, go ahead.
Yeah. So clearly a lot of thought and effort went into this, and I thank you for that. But I'm just going to start off on, I'm just going to go in chronological order of your slides. So the first thing that hit me on slide 4 was that you wanted to, which I appreciate, to build multiple entry points for students to move into higher level courses. And one of the commitments is to provide equitable access to students. And what I continue to see is an imbalance between the scaffolding of STEM-based courses for students in Weber versus the humanities. And I think I said this when I called in remotely in November, and I've been saying it since I was a mere parent in the district, and I know there are parents who came before me, going back easily 2 decades, that there's still a gap for students in 9th grade in the humanities where they are not being addressed. And so my concern, although I appreciate the offering of an AP capstone program available to 9th graders, there still seems to me to be and it's not just an imbalance, I really don't want to use that word, but I sense from hearing from parents and students that the students who can take on honors humanities, and I don't mean it just an AP capstone, I mean honors English, honors social studies, just like honors math and honors science, in the high school in 9th grade are not being given that opportunity. So I'm just going to say that. I'm one person on the board, but it's something I've been hoping for and watching for, and I'm still not seeing it, and that concerns me for the students who can do more in math, not to give them an AP course outside of English, I didn't mean math, in English and social studies, not to give them a different AP course, but to give them the challenging work in English, in ELA class, in social studies. So I'm just going to say that and then move on in my chronological order here on the slides. On slide 8, once the iReady program, I get the sense that the iReady program is not being implemented maybe as quickly or smoothly, or I'm just sensing that there's a lot of help that's needed with the iReady program, just from the various presentations.
Yeah, I don't think you've
No?
heard
Am I
that from me.
misunderstanding? It's a sense I'm getting.
Dazzled by what the teachers have done. I said that a number of times last year. I continue. This is a heavy lift, and I think the teachers have done a remarkable job.
Okay, great. Then it was my misunderstanding. I apologize. So once iReady is in, and it's no longer being implemented, but it's now really baked in, will the instructional coaches still be needed once the literacy program is well established? Is this just to get these programs up and running, or is this an every year thing that's going to be embedded into the architecture and the structure of the district?
I think it is, you've got 2 things, right? So when we talk about being fully implemented, iReady, we're in year 2. I don't know what fully implemented looks like. I mean, that's going to be another 3, 4, 5 years down the road where it's really kind of a little more baked in. Literacy is probably going to be even further down the road. That said, so you're looking at long-term support. Instructional coaches, of course, the work that they do isn't solely connected to the curriculum program. It's about practices. It's about, looking at data. And, to that point as well, the instructional coaches, it's about, teaching someone to fish, right? Not just handing them fish. So that's what the instructional coaches would be doing as well. So those skills, eventually, the teachers develop them. Do you get to a point where maybe you don't need as many? That's possible. But this is a strong model that's been used for decades in many other districts. And, I do think it's got great value to Port Washington.
On slide 18, where you're talking about the new Math 7-8 courses, what we would call Accelerated Math 7, where the new math would be approximately half of the eighth grade material. What happens to the other 50% of the eighth grade material if those students go on to algebra?
So I thought it's in the next bullet. It gets covered in that Algebra 1 course.
And so why is that taught now in the accelerated math 7-8? Or isn't? Currently is...
The design of the course, then that's been the design, that we are going to cover Math 7 and 8. That's the accelerated course. So then there's a focus on Algebra 1 only in that eighth grade course. There's room in that year to certainly cover Algebra 1 as well as some of the additional topics. And you know, I will say, mathematics over the last 20, 25 years, it's just a dizzying amount of changes. You know, it changed the curriculum regularly, so it's been rough for teachers. The Math 7, it used to be, you know, Math 7, Math 8, back in the day was not very meaningful. That did change with the implementation of the Common Core curriculum. I will say that. These are deep topics, and we don't want to omit the Math 8 because there is some material that does not get covered in Algebra 1. So if you omit it, kids will be have a couple gaps.
Okay, thank you. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Ms. Gilliard.
I was at the curriculum meeting, so I asked all of my questions then, but I do want to take the opportunity, because I know people watch different meetings, to repeat that I appreciate so much the amount of work that went into this, and that it's really enormously complicated to figure out how to maximize an educational experience in a district of this size. And I see this as all of these proposals are to support students, to maximize their potential and provide the best education, and to support teachers in getting to that point as well. Because we're working with a lot of, we have a lot of human capital here, right? We have really skilled educators. I see this as being really supportive of teachers and taking some of the things off their plate that don't need to be on their plate, right? Giving them everything they need to do their best for students without having it be that they have to function like they're on their own. Right. So I appreciate all the recommendations. I'm not going to repeat my questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Maloney, I'm alternating back and forth, as you can see.
Thank you, and I did watch the curriculum committee meeting, and I appreciated the very robust discussion there, so I will not repeat questions that were asked there. First, thank you for this presentation, which actually addressed many of the questions that I had even coming out of that robust discussion in curriculum. There is so much in here that is exciting and inspiring, so I thank you for the thought that you and your team put into this for us in the community tonight. Regarding the instructional coaches, I recognize that it's a well-accepted model. It's in place in many districts. I know there was some discussion about that during the meeting last week. This is less of a question and more just to say that I'm looking forward to seeing what this ultimately looks like in the big picture when we develop our budget, because there will be prioritization required and hard decisions that we as a board have to make around this proposal and others. So one thing that I would love to see as this conversation continues, and as we do look at it in the context of the budget, is some evidence of how this model has been implemented in districts of comparable size and demographics, and what this particular model has achieved in those districts. Because what I have not heard so far is why this model over any other model that could help achieve some of these goals. Why is this model the right model for the goals we have as a district right now? So I would love to just see some data. I know we love data on this board, and I would love to see some of that as we think about this moving forward into budget season. I will only ask one other question, but there may be a few baked in here. I think I would be doing passionate classicists everywhere a disservice by not voicing my extreme disappointment in the discontinuation of the middle school Latin program. We run many courses year after year with enrollment under 15 students. We replace retirees every year to continue programs. The last time the middle school Latin program saw enrollment under 15 was, I believe, in 2020, 2021, and that was followed by 3 years of high enrollment. So I'm not convinced that this trend is a long-term trend. I think it, could be turned around. So I would really want to understand what the other drivers are for this decision, for discontinuing a program that has so much value. I guess I'm just trying to square the logic around a commitment to expanding opportunities for deeper learning in the humanities and discontinuing a program that offers multidisciplinary learning in exactly that field at a level where it's most rare.
So we are not looking to discontinue the Latin program.
At the middle school level.
Okay, just for clarification, right?
Yes,
So we
yes.
want to maintain that as an opportunity for students at the high school level. As I mentioned earlier, the fact that I think it's wonderful that we have 4 languages being offered at the middle school. They're 4 Romance languages. A lot of our neighboring districts have moved to another language, be it Chinese, be it maybe Mandarin. We've got some Korean. So there are a variety of other opportunities. Some districts will offer ASL as a path. So I think that an opportunity to at least explore that aspect and see what other interests there might be in the community, what might be helpful for students, I think that's worthwhile. So not looking to discontinue Latin, but shift it a little bit. And some of our neighboring districts have recently dropped Latin as well.
Thank you. I completely agree with the need to reassess our world language offerings to make them as relevant as possible to our students. I do know that in many of the districts that offer non-modern Romance languages, they also offer Latin. So again, I understand the rationale. I would like to see how it fits into the plan and into the budget, and I would also love to know the student perspective on this proposal. I know it's still very fresh. I don't think a lot of students were paying attention to the curriculum committee meeting on Friday.
You're kidding.
Shocker, right? But I would be curious to know if we have any passionate classicists or budding or aspiring classicists in our district who have thoughts on this proposal as well. So again, I just felt I would be failing classicists everywhere by not making that heard. My final question is around not specifically around the AP seminar, which sounds like a wonderful offering. Has any consideration been given to allowing 9th grade students to take other content-appropriate AP courses that do not have prerequisites?
At this point, no decision has been made regarding that.
Okay.
Clearly, there's been discussion about it. I'm sure the board's aware of that, but there's been no decision made on that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Malconi?
I too was at the meeting. I asked my questions, so I'm looking forward to how this develops throughout the year with the budget process. So thank you for all of the work.
Thank you.
Ms. Epstein?
I'm saving my questions for budget time, but I appreciate all of this hard work and for laying it out so thoughtfully for us this evening as a structural plan that is trying to help us create growth and sustainability. I hope we can do that fiscally as well as we look forward.
Thank you.
I'm nervous that you just looked at your watch before you started questions.
I'm moving it because it got an alert.
Go ahead, Ms. Alvarez.
even though I was at curriculum, I will ask my clarifying questions. So one of my clarifying questions was, and I couldn't find it in the presentation, for year one, the instructional coaches in the elementary school, are they focused on ELA, math, or both?
Yes, both.
Okay, how was that? So the model would be that next year the specialist or focus on them both content.
Yeah, because even next year, we will be implementing, we'll have in place some trials of new literacy programs that teachers will want support from. And now, when we do a trial, the company always does provide support, but that's going to be sporadic. So we'll absolutely need to support teachers in both areas.
Great, thank you. And then, yes, I have many budget questions, which I will save for budget time. I'm going to, similar to the model that Ms. Brooks brought something up that she's been bringing up, I will also bring something up that I am still, I subtly kind of brought it up at curriculum with the trustees and trying to understand, where it fits in. But for me with curriculum, and I know it's curriculum in general, the committee, we are open discussingly, it's an ongoing discussion of what it looks like for next year and this year, whatnot. So I will bring it up in the same manner that I would have liked to see the program enhancements for our special education department in this presentation, because anytime I think of curriculum, it's the same model. It is the curriculum enhancements that I'm wondering of what are the needs in that department when it comes to curriculum and programs and specific to that. Not necessarily, a facility question related to the needs, but just really where we are with the curriculum for our self-contained classes. So moving forward, where that fits in this year, our CTE programs, where does that fit in these discussions is just something I will continue to ask. And I will voice, because Ms. Brooks did say she's one trustee, I also see the imbalance in the humanities. Even though I'm newer in this board of last year, I haven't really voiced that from between last year and this year. And I would like to echo that I see the imbalance and would look forward to that ongoing discussion. Thank you.
Just regarding the humanities, that's one of the reasons why we're so excited about the AP seminar course. That is a course that those who are more drawn towards the humanities will really benefit from. And it's a very accessible course as well. It doesn't take away the need to continue to work and develop at the middle school. And, that's understood, and we are still working on that.
Okay. I don't have any questions, but I will make the comment that, like others have said, that I very much appreciate the work that went into this. I think that while there's always opportunity for us to be improving in all areas, whether it's language or humanities, that doesn't take away from the fact that this seems like tremendous positive change in leading towards consistency in the areas that we are touching on this year. And with the resources that we have, I think that baby steps is acceptable, and this is more than baby steps. So I do just want to acknowledge that a lot went into this, and hopefully if we're able to implement this, we'll see additional improvements in other areas. That being said, I do want to just note for the community, because we did get caught with this a couple of years ago with the budget, that this is all proposed, and as others have stated, some of the things that we're hoping to see with instructional coaches and otherwise does depend on the budget process. So we should just make that very clear that this is a wish list.
Indeed.
And we certainly all hope that we will have the funding and the budget available to do it. So with that, I think that's everybody. So let's move on to our next topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Feeney. Okay. Yes, I'm just going to get to the page. Thank you. This time, I'd like to make a motion to approve the following minutes: November 7th, Curriculum Committee meeting minutes; November 14th, Policy and Personnel Committee meeting minutes; November 17th, Budget and Facilities Committee meeting minutes; November 18th, BOE meeting minutes; December 5th, Policy and Personnel Committee meeting minutes; December 12th, BOE meeting minutes; and December 15th, 2025, Budget and Facilities meeting minutes. Do I have a second? Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 7-0. The minutes are thankfully approved. With this, we're going to move on to committee reports, and we actually have one committee report that I expect is going to turn into its own discussion item. So we are going to start out of order and jump right to 11.4, which is the Policy and Personnel Committee meeting. So, Ms. Brooks?
Thank you. Okay, so first, for people who have not been part of the process, I just want to provide a brief recap of how we got here. So at the unanimous direction of the board during the October BOE meeting, this policy was sent to committee for review. At the October Policy Committee meeting, the committee agreed to review policies from other districts to see how they balance policy-level guidance with administrative flexibility. The committee agreed the full board should be kept closely advised and should inform the committee's work. At the November committee meeting, having reviewed policies from many other school districts, the committee presented a draft outline of grading policy topics for the at that committee meeting, okay. At the November Board of Ed meeting, the committee presented this draft outline to the full board. The board approved the outline and also approved that the committee begin drafting a grading policy in broad terms as opposed to a policy with specificity. At the December committee meeting, which was just a couple weeks ago, the committee presented this first draft of the policy. Committee received feedback and input from both Dr. Posse and Dr. Shields and also community members. Pursuant to that input, the committee revised the first draft for presentation to the full board, and this color version that everybody should be able to see on board docs is this revised first draft. So what you're seeing in this first draft is, with all the cross-out marks and the different colors, is the first draft that the board, that the committee presented to, to the public and to Drs. Posse and Dr. Shields, and then all the cross-outs are the results of the discussion that we had during that meeting. And actually, with the board's approval, if we can meet, well, okay, let me move on. Okay. So now what I would like to do is to review some of the highlights in this revised first draft. There are some changes that were made that are kind of minuscule, but there were some bigger topics. I just want the full board and the public to know this is not the first read of this policy, because the committee is not advancing a finalized draft, but rather we're seeking further board input so the committee has clear direction going forward. As a general remark, I want the full board and the public to know that before we get to the first read, the committee discussed sharing our final draft with Dr. Allen for her input regarding students with a disability, to see if there was anything that was needed to be included in the grading policy regarding those students. And in addition, we seek the input of the ex officio student board member. Now, Kaylin, who's not here right now, actually beat us to it, because what I heard today from Kaylin is that she's already received some student input. I don't know with the benefit of the students seeing this draft policy, but I heard very clearly the students have echoed parent concerns that were shared during the committee, curriculum committee meeting back in June, and also during some of the policy committee meetings. And those are the AP weighting. We hadn't really heard about the quarter weighting from parents as much during the during the policy committee meeting, but we certainly heard it in June in the curriculum committee, and now we're hearing it from the students, and also hearing from the students echoing what parents have said and what a community commenter said this evening was the fact that regions no longer count in terms of grades. So it seems as though we have some very important input from the student ex officio board member, but I would want to seek further input from her. Okay, so some of the highlights. In section 1, which was the philosophy section, just want the board to know the committee drafted language to ensure the avoidance of unintended negative consequences as a general philosophy, which is, I guess, a way of saying do no harm to students, but really the language we used was being mindful and cautious about all potential unintended negative impacts. Okay, so that was one thing that the committee thought was important. In section 3, in the core principles on page 2, I wanted to bring the board's attention to the fact that the committee tried to draft wording that ensures that students in a graduating cohort who have completed the same course in a district school be graded according to the same uniform grading system and practices for that particular course, regardless of when the student completed the course. We're talking about students in the same cohort. So for example, a student in the graduating class of 2026, having taken a course in 9th grade, or let's say 10th grade, that another student in the graduating class of 2026 took in 11th grade. They should be graded the same way in that course. And so that's what that paragraph means. And that's just a philosophical. In 8th grade,
It's the same rule.
it would need to be the same rule. But a lot of this has to do with course weighting, especially at Schreiber, but it's a uniform practice, right? We're seeking consistency and uniformity as an overall philosophy. So this is philosophical, broad things that the committee believes is in its purview and within the board's purview. Section 3, core principles on page 4. And again, I'm skipping over some of the more ministerial things, but the broader principles. Dr. Posse made a remark, and it may have been a passing remark, but the committee seized on it, that there's double testing in some classrooms where there's a Regents level exam that has to be given for graduating requirements, but then there's also a course final. And that, so the committee put language in that to the effect that when a student is required to take a standardized summative assessment at the end of a course, that an additional locally developed summative assessment may not be administered. And that was to avoid double testing for some students in those types of classes. Yep.
Could you clarify, is an AP exam a standardized summative assessment?
So it is, and maybe we can clarify the language because it's not a graduation requirement in terms of the state learning standards, but it is required at Schreiber as in order to get course credit, even though it doesn't count for part of the grade. So perhaps there could be language that can be finessed. Ms. McConaughey, did you want to say something?
Dr. Posse was also clarifying that the concern, it would be, within a day's time of each other, where the APs are in May and the final exams or Regents are in June.
Yes, but that's true, but the way it's written, it's a standard, I don't know if an AP exam is a standardized, it's certainly a summative assessment, but we can certainly work with the language to make sure that that's clear.
Thank you for that.
Yes. No, whoever said that, yes, thank you. So the next consideration, also section 3, core principles on page 5, where we talked about the weighting. So originally the language centered around rigorous work, And the committee as a whole agreed that rigor was really not the right word to use, because there are children, there are students who are in general education classes that are not AP classes, and to them, their work is rigorous. There are students who are students with a disability who are in different classes, and for them, their work is rigorous. And so it's really a very judgmental type of term. And so we asked Dr. Posse and Dr. Shields, how can we better explain what it means to take an accelerated class that will garner a weighted grade? And the answer was that it's basically above and beyond the state learning standards, and we thought that made a lot of sense. So just wanted to explain to the rest of the board why all this language is crossed out. It was to make it less judgy and more objective and fact-based. And so hopefully we've hit the nail on the head with that language. And then finally, Section 3, core principles, also on page 5, we have the Val-Sal language. Yeah, the committee said, you know, this is one of the only places right now where we've actually waded into some specificity in terms of what the requirements are for the Val-Sal. And so we agreed to take out a lot of the specificity language, but leave in some philosophy that in order to be considered, the students must have been enrolled at Schreiber by 9th grade and remain enrolled. We thought that was objective and fairly neutral, and that additional eligibility requirements could be found in the Schreiber Student Handbook. So we kind of pulled all the very specific stuff out of that paragraph, but left in some more philosophical specificity in there.
Yeah, and just one quick clarification, that is not only philosophical, but it is the current practice. We didn't inject new practice into the policy.
Thank you. Love the backup. Thank you. And greatly appreciate it. So those were the things that we tried to highlight. And also, we included in here the fact that we want the superintendent to establish and implement comprehensive regulations and procedures consistent with this policy. So we are delegating that to the superintendent. We felt, as a committee, very, very strongly about that. So then, so now having made highlights, our next step is to elicit responses from the board. Remember, this is not a first read, but if there are things that are missing, we want to know. If there are things, other concerns, we want to know. And so the first question is, are there any topics or headers that should be added now that the full board has seen what our very rough outline looks like? We've fleshed it all out. Anything we omitted? And again, this will go to Dr. Allen. If there's any type of students with a disability section that should be added, Dr. Allen will let us know, but barring that, first point, anything we've missed from anybody? I see no hands. Okay, very happy. Second question, at the board's direction, we started off making this policy very broad without getting into any specificity, and said, and I remember commenting, we can always come back and add specificity where the board thinks it should be added. It's easier to start broad and then go deep, because broad is, anyway, it's easier to go broad than to go deep than to go back the other way. So, should this broad-based policy remain broad, as discussed at the previous board meeting, or should it contain any specificity, and if so, specify where? I will start by saying, I feel the students are talking to us through Kaylin, and I'm not sure how to address the students, but we're still hearing, many months later, the concerns that were voiced by parents at the June meeting, that the students are now talking, are now sharing through the ex officio student board member. And if the ex officio student board member is to have any meaningful input into with her responsibility, I feel this is part of it. So I wish Kaylin were here because I would really want to hear more about what she has to say with regard to this. But I feel as though as a board, we should listen to what the ex officio student board member is bringing to the table. And so I had no idea that she was going to say this, and it wasn't in my little outline here, but since she brought it up, if her input is to be meaningful, this board has to listen and consider.
So can you, I guess, kind of, we all heard what she said, but can you articulate that into a question?
Yes, so the question is, the students have said they prefer the way the courses were weighted beforehand, and I guess the first question is, do we incorporate that into policy? Same with the quarter weighting and same with the Regents exams. Are those very specific things that the students are bringing to the board through the ex officio student board member? Are those concerns that philosophically the board can say, we need to listen to the students and it's our responsibility to put those things into the grading policy because the ex officio student board member is bringing those to our attention. I will say that we did review policies. I can't remember exactly which ones at Plainfield, but Page, Hewlett-Woodmere, where there was specificity in the grading policies. So I will start off by posing that question to the full board. Those three questions, which really is one question. But.
So I'll start, which I don't usually do, by saying that I don't necessarily have an issue going into specificity in the policy. I think that, it doesn't mean that we have to be specific in every part of the policy, but if there's something that's, fundamental and philosophical that you can only achieve with specificity, I would be comfortable becoming specific in the policy. And it's not only, the questions that you asked. I think that, you can go through this and come up with a lot of places where it's a really hard topic. I'll give you an example, one that I actually personally care more about than the weighting or the Regents, which I'm not sure where I'm exactly on either, is timely feedback to students, right? And for example, we say the timely return and reporting of assignments and graded work is crucial for student learning. Such timely return, etc. Reading this, I have no idea what timely return means, and I have no idea how timely return would be interpreted. But to me, what I think is important is that you're not going to take a test if you haven't gotten all your quizzes back, just as an example, right? It's like a math teacher shouldn't be giving a test on a trimester. If there was 3 quizzes leading up to that, you should see all your quizzes and have a chance to study them and learn what your mistakes are. So to me, that would be extremely important to articulate that that's how I view timely feedback, and that's what I would be voting for in the policy. But I think others could interpret timely return as, 3 weeks. But if the test is, after 2 weeks. So I'm just giving examples where I think that it's okay to become specific, where it is something that we collectively feel strongly philosophically about. So I think what we have to have the conversation on is, do we feel strongly philosophically on any of these topics, more so than we should get into the weeds, or rather get into the philosophy of how specific we want our policy to be. Because I think that that's kind of, something we've talked about in the past, is arguing over should we talk about it rather than just talking about it. And we only have so much time that we're sitting here. So that would be my, kind of where I land on it. I would love to hear where others land on weighting and Regents. Although, since I have the microphone, I will say that on the Regents, I think that the Regents not being included, certainly whether it's in a do no harm capacity or not, is a missed opportunity to benefit our students. And I know we're hearing mostly from you know, supposedly, purportedly from, you know, high-achieving students and their parents, but I think that the Regents is a really big opportunity for a lower-achieving student to have an opportunity to boost their grade in the class, because the Regents tend to be, in a lot of cases, easier than the finals. So it's an opportunity for, I really think it's a missed opportunity for all students to have an opportunity to study hard for the state exam and boost their entire grade up.
I actually have a thought, and it's for Dr. Posse. Given that the policy says that if a student is required to take a Regents exam, there will be no final exam, how does that square with the grade that the student will get? I mean, then the Regents exam becomes the student's grade.
Yes, that's how it's written.
Yeah, that's how it's currently written.
Is that the intention?
No, I don't
And
think so.
remember, our intention is not to have unintended negative consequences beginning here with this board drafting the policy.
So I just want to look at what you're looking at, where.
I have it right here.
It's page 4.
Yep.
And it's the paragraph in red that starts to support student.
Yep, double testing.
Yeah.
When a student is required to take a standardized summative assessment at the end of the course, an additional locally developed summative assessment may not be administered, is what it's written.
Correct, and now if we're talking about Regents exams, and the former practice was, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to misspeak, but let's say if the practice was do no harm, a student who took a Regents exam who did well and also had a final exam in the class had the Regents exam count. But now we're talking about saying if there's a Regents exam in a class, that there cannot also be a final exam, that the Regents exam is the final exam.
Right.
And then by definition, that exam must count, must be graded. Whereas the do no harm would have been if the student did better on the final and didn't do well on the Regents exam, the Regents exam would not be used to penalize the student's grade, and that grade would not count.
Well, it's interesting. I don't read this language as saying that the Regents exam must count. I just read it as saying that in a class where you're giving a Regents exam, where a Regents exam is given, a final exam can't also be given.
But then what will the final grade be? What would the final exam, there would be
Yeah.
no final.
Right. In the way that, so right now, the way that the Schreiber policy has been reworked, there is no, the Regents exam does not count for students. So what will happen is that all 4 of the quarters, when this is fully implemented, will count equally. And a final exam in a class that administers a final exam in the new practice will count in the 4th quarter. If there's a final exam in a course, it'll count in the 4th quarter.
Correct. But if there's a Regents exam, there cannot be a final exam. Per how this policy is written. So
Right, so what we're talking
No, you
about
can't
here,
have
though, is the philosophical question of whether or not a student should be double tested. And I think I would recommend separating those conversations because they're very different. You know, should a student be double tested is one conversation. And, you know, as we said at the policy committee meeting, that there are this happens rarely right now, which is important to note. It happens in world languages where the FLAX exam is administered, and in addition to the FLAX exam, there is a teacher-created final. And then it happens in some of our math courses where the content goes above the Regents exam. So in those courses, the teachers feel that the Regents exam is inadequate in assessing students' final cumulative performance because their course is more robust. But the philosophical question of, be that as it may, you know, should students be taking an in-class final on geometry honors and then the geometry regents exam as well. So I think that's one question. Then the separate question about how do these exams count or not count, I think can follow.
Just how though? I'm sorry. Just so I'm following, first off, none of my kids are at any of this level, so I'm trying to follow as best as I can. But even on that just basic premise of math, if I understand the philosophy if you want to separate the questions, but if the recommendation or the philosophy of majority of this board is that we want to do no harm policy, and we also don't want to test two finals, that's impossible to get.
Not really, because I think what he's saying is to separate them is that you have tests along the way, and you have the classes broken up into quarters in this concept, so you would still have an end of quarter exam at the end of the fourth quarter.
It just wouldn't be a cumulative of the whole course. It wouldn't be necessarily a cumulative final. And then in addition to that, you would have so I'll kind of finish where I was and then I'll pass the floor, which is basically in that model, I think that having an opportunity to prove that you can achieve a certain level on this, whatever it's regents or something else, is a huge opportunity to give a lot of kids from different walks of life and subgroups a lift. And I wonder if anyone has actually looked at the data to see who is benefiting from regents if we had do no harm. I don't know if that's even something that's possible to understand with data that we have, but I'd be very curious to learn who's benefiting, who the winners and losers would be in such a policy, just as part of this.
Yeah, and that's something we could run an analysis of. We could choose a particular exam that's administered to an entire grade level, and we could get a sense of the profile of students that are benefited by the exam and the profile of students that are not benefited by the exam. But there will be people in both categories.
Yeah.
I don't know, that wouldn't impact how I feel about that, because I don't think we're here to pick winners and losers necessarily.
I agree with you, but I'm only doing it because I have a feeling that the results are going to show that there's broad winners is what my hunch is on it. And I could be wrong.
If it's a matter of curiosity,
I'm one person.
We're big data people, so I get it.
Yeah.
But I just don't want to give the impression that we're going to that influences what we decide.
I think it might help justify it. Yeah, but again, I'm one person, so I don't want to say that I'm forcing that.
But you also have to remember that the system before before the changes were recommended was very different. In other words, we had some courses where the exam counted for 20% of the entire course. You had some courses where the Regents exam only counted in the fourth quarter, and then you had some courses where the exam didn't count at all. So we had a real mixed bag. So to do the kind of analysis that you're suggesting, we would have to determine, well, which methodology are we talking about? Is it, if the Regents exam counts as 20%, what is that? What's the impact? Is it if it counts in the fourth quarter? What's the impact? And who's to say that 20% is what it should count as? There's always that.
That's all a fair point. I guess my only point that I'm trying to make is that I think that, and I'll say it again, and I'm going to pass the floor, is I think that there's probably, from a philosophical standpoint and a policy standpoint, there's probably a broad swath of our students who would benefit from having a Regents exam as an opportunity to prove that, maybe while they were weak in the first two quarters, that they were able to get their act together and learn the material and be able to, prove that they're, meeting the state standards in a way that's above where they were in the class. So anyway, who else has comments? Ms. Gilliar?
So sticking with this piece of the topic, I agree with you. I think that that is what we would see. I think it might be difficult to assess in the data anyway, though, because I think it's a layer more complicated because all the Regents exams are actually different, right? And some of them are harder and some of them are easier, and they're different kinds of tests too, and you have kids who are different kinds of test takers, right? So just like we have kids who the SAT is their test or the ACT is their test, I think there's going to be some of that. I don't mind asking for the data, but I agree with Nan, it wouldn't change my opinion. On the particular Regents issue, what it comes down to for me is that the reality is New York State requires us to have the Regents administered at this point, and philosophically, I don't think students should be doing things that are pointless. And if we're requiring them to take the test and requiring them to prepare for the test, I think we're doing them a disservice by not having that be a meaningful experience. I do understand that I think part of what happens in the conversation about the Regents is that at least some portion of educators don't believe that the Regents is as meaningful an assessment as what we could make on our own. Which is why I tend towards thinking it should be a do no harm approach, because it's not necessarily that we want to allow the Regents to be dictated to us, but if we are having students take it, I actually think it's a two-count disservice, right? It's a disservice because what message are you telling students if you're having them take an exam that they're not going to bother to study for because it doesn't mean anything? And it's a waste of time. So I see it like an opportunity for extra credit, and I agree with you, Mr. Smith. I think it's not one certain set of learners. I think it's an opportunity for extra credit, right? Anybody can do well and get that little boost, and philosophically, I'm in favor of giving that to students. I'm good, or I can talk about other ones too.
I think while you have the floor, you should kind of, so we're not.
Okay, so on the overall broad issue about specificity, I'm in agreement with where this seems to sort of be heading. I think getting more specific, when we've heard feedback from our student board member and from students via her, getting more specific on philosophical things that we as a board believe that students want, that we think is right for the district, makes sense. I liked your addition to the list. I also think we should talk about the quarter weighting and the weighting of grades, because these are the issues that are important, but I'm open to adding other ones to the list whenever makes sense. And I agree that it doesn't mean that we have to get into the nitty-gritty on everything. I think it's about what is the philosophical framework that we want to put in place, and sometimes you do need more specificity to be able to do that. I agree with your example that timely is not necessarily meaningful, but wording it in some way that it's clear that students need to get an assessment back to understand what they're doing wrong in time for the next assessment does make sense.
And that was actually in one of the sample policies. There was language, I can't remember exactly where it was, but it said that before another test can be given, previous tests have to be returned. Students need to have an opportunity to learn from their mistakes and possibly correct them. I can't remember which.
I'm great with that language.
Does anybody not like that language?
I'll have to replay that video.
Because that could be a simple one.
I'm great with it.
All right, okay, I'll just have to find the time mark in the video.
Okay. I think, Ms. Alvarez, did I see you kind of popping a hand earlier?
Are we just getting a sense of the board of where we land on?
I think that's kind of where we are. It's an open conversation.
As far as like, it was your first bold, which is the whole do no harm. It was broadly stated there. It doesn't specify Regents in the first page, but I will say that my overall philosophy is always to not do harm to a student. I believe that the topic of the Regents with this discussion on grading has been heavily focused only on Regents because it's been a change. But overall, my sentiments when it comes to a final exam, standardized tests, that our students, I think it's been more obvious in the last 10, 15 years that we have really diverse students. And standardized tests has been really highly criticized for the sense of, and I'll wait to see, what the Dr. Allen says with any needed changes, but standardized tests in general and final testing and the amount of pressure put on our students, not just our special education students, a student with an IEP, with a 504, and then any student with anything going on in life. So overall, I'm not a fan of a heavy focus on one day that determines anything in someone's life. So for me, my overall sentiment is I'm completely fine how specific you get with a do no harm policy, because I would look at that towards everything that we do. So if that were to be more specific, so be it. The only thing with that is I don't want that to be taken as a sentiment with every single policy we do. There's a lot in this policy, and I think that me specifying that I have an overall philosophy that we should always consider our students' mental health, their needs and whatnot, doesn't mean that I have any opinion on how many days a test should be given back. I don't know, I don't have an opinion on days because it's not my field of work. I think that's a really hard thing to ask as a trustee, just because of the nature of what if the test is on a Friday, What if the exam is finished on a Thursday? Does the two policy then, does the teacher have suddenly recourse, does the student have recourse because it's the weekend and?
Well, that's why we said before the next exam and not a number of days.
Yeah.
I think everyone agrees with that.
So with that, I'm not as needing anything more, but I will default to the trustees just because for me, really, those were the only two, I think, and the weight. So the weight of grades, I don't know if we talked about
Rachel
that.
had one also. The quarter weighting.
Yep. As far as weighted grades, I have no opinion on the difference between 0.7, 0.5, 0.3. I will say since June curriculum meeting, when it was first discussed, the implementation was my biggest concern. The implementation of students affected based on how the rollout is, for whatever reason it is. The ninth grader took it in ninth grade, the 10th grade, then that same cohort, they took it in 10th grade. That will still be my concern. And again, it's this overall mentality of the well-being of the students and just they are in the same cohort. So if the district, I think it was said in one of the meetings that it was difficult for the system, whatever student-based system we have, to be able to differentiate between a student in the same cohort. For me, I think that we have to just look at our student system. That can't be like the end-all be-all. That just because there's a glitch in the system doesn't mean like it's the default for our students to bear the brunt of that. So for me, I would ask that that be looked at. If it's just literally a student, if the only reason that we are doing this, the implementation and the rollout of the weighted grades and the difference between students within the same cohort is because our student information system can't, on first glance or deep glance, I'm not sure how big of a glance it was looked at, can't handle that, then I'd say we need to look at our student information system and revisit that. But that's pretty much my only thoughts on that.
Ms. Epstein.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to the policy for just a second. And I want to compliment, I actually sent Ms. Brooks a well done after this meeting was done. And it's very well deserved. I want to thank the policy committee as an entire committee. This was a grand task to take under, and overall, at least for me as the trustee, I think you have captured the philosophy that we as a board overall have been trying to tackle. I understand there's a lot of conversation about specificity, but the grand philosophy, uniform and consistent, and these different headers that you've included in here that clearly enumerate what we're trying to accomplish were very helpful, and I appreciate that. So, well done, committee, yes. When I look at this and I think about policy, we govern through policy, and the purpose of policy is to be broad and reaching and to withstand the test of time and to withstand changes. You can't withstand every change, but you do try to avoid creating such specificity so that you don't have to go in and constantly change this policy. I see the road of change, though, quickly ahead of us because the New York State Ed requirements of assessments are changing. And while I know in our conversations we've heard, and we all know Regents exams are going to remain with us, they are going to remain with us, but the purpose that the standards have changed is because New York State Ed said Regents exams are not an effective measure only for all students, right? There are other pathways that students need to experience in order to excel and achieve what they need to achieve academically. I also go back, I'm sorry I have to take you on a long, winded road of how my brain is balancing some of this, but I also go back to think about why did we establish Regents in the beginning, right? They established Regents to exhibit a mastery of skills and standards. And that, if you look in our philosophy, is our purpose of grading, right? We really want to help our teachers and administrators evaluate teaching and program effectiveness for the purpose of continuously improving teaching and student learning. So we're having the people that created the Regents tell us that it was to help show a mastery of skills and standards. We have a philosophy that the purpose of grading is that any assessments we provide are to help evaluate teaching and program effectiveness, but yet all of that's changing in the matter of a year. And while, again, Regents will exist, there will also be other things to exist, and we will have to determine how those assessments will be graded for those students. And while I appreciate the use of the words uniform and consistency, you could not have said it more, I don't think. I think that's not a uniform and consistent practice that's going to be employed once those pathways are put forward. So, that being said, I also have to say I struggle with the language of do no harm. I agree that a standardized test at the end, a Regents exam, should not penalize a student. But the definition of do no harm, when you look at how other school districts administer those provisions, is the 10%, the 20%, the this, the that, these different types of methodologies and equations. I do think that if this is the way we're measuring a student, and if they excel and show mastery, they should benefit from the adjustment to their grade. But I don't think that a student who has shown mastery and skill in other respects necessarily should have that inflated bump, right? And I will tell you, I'm having a hard time separating a parent and a board member. I will be honest with that. I've watched two students of mine go through school and watch the administration of this, right? Where their grades were highly inflated, and they have a great GPA because of it, because those grades counted. They had a Regents exam that counted for them, and we didn't apply that consistently. So, where am I going with all of this, right? I took you on a wild road. I do not vote for specificity. I am okay with the language we just talked about for the return of the tests. I don't necessarily think that we should go to such specificity as we need. I think that we need to continue to have a grading policy that measures for our students the purpose of grading that we've outlined, and move forward in that regard. I do agree, though, this language here is very confusing on page 4, and I don't want to see that someone is jeopardized. So if there is a way that we can articulate, and maybe the way that we're articulating it is what's been proposed by the committee, that the exams don't count, right? Maybe that's a way that we articulate that we are not penalizing our students. I haven't wrapped my head around if that's the correct answer or if it's not. But I do not want any more specificity than this. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? You've got a question for me.
Julie, can I ask you a question? I'm having trouble following where you're landing, because I actually hear you saying philosophically a lot of the same things, right? That if students are taking a Regents exam, they should benefit from that Regents exam if they would benefit from it. I think that's what you're saying, but you wouldn't call it do no harm?
And I'm not saying I would want them to benefit just for the point of increasing their grade. So if you have a student who is struggling in a class and has been working all year and on the Regents exam is able to do very well and master those skills, I think, and that shows that mastery, that should enhance their grade. That's too hard to though track as a teacher. This is what I'm having as this is my philosophical belief in my head.
But I take exception to that comment of like, that your daughter's grades were inflated, but you would allow somebody else to have their grade improved. Like, why are you making a distinction between different students who are proving mastery of the course material based on what their grade otherwise would have been?
They proved mastery without the Regents exam.
But why? But again, if taking the exam shows a certain level of mastery, and the Regents exam is going to help you, it means that you weren't proving the mastery without it.
Right. So then you shouldn't have the Regents exam as a count.
I don't necessarily think that that's true, because it kind of levels the playing field across every kid on Long Island or every kid in New York who's taking that class, and it shows that you have actually learned the material at a level that meets or exceeds what the state expects of you, and in a way that's consistent across the entire state.
Possible. However, not the entire state does not count it that way. And if you look at all the policies, the vast majority of the policies do not mention do no harm. Even our Syosset, Jericho, Great Neck, none of them discuss any of that. And they leave it up to the philosophy of the student handbook in the high school. Right?
Yeah, so I guess it depends on what all those student handbooks say,
right,
and who's writing them, right? So like, we're addressing it through policy, but we don't know in all those places who's writing the handbook and where it's, what it's driven by. So I think it's all not so simple. But sorry, Rachel, I stepped on what you were.
So again, look, I'm admitting out loud, I'm having a debate within my head, right? I took you on a long winding road to show this debate and to the balance that I'm trying to play. I am actually very happy. The ultimate result for me is I'm very happy with the direction this has gone. I think it serves the purpose and what we have been trying to achieve, and I would not go more specific. With weighting, I wouldn't go more specific with assessments. I would go more specific in what the language that you mentioned earlier about return of tests, and I would look at page 4, because I'm very confused about how someone is assessed at the end of a semester, or end of a quarter or semester. And that's where I guess I land, if you want a definitive answer.
And I think we still need to hear from Ms. Melkonian, Ms. Milani, and Ms. Brooks on this, right? We've heard from 4 of us.
Yes, I haven't spoken out.
I guess it's basically the policy committee members. So, yeah. But here you are as trustees, so I think you should.
We haven't discussed this in policy, so
right.
Yeah.
So I too am struggling with a lot of the aspects of this. Quarter weighting, I think, has some nuance to it. Students' schedules in terms of sports or activities, maybe first quarter is easier, maybe third quarter is easier. So I'm struggling with, does that mean fairness dictates that all quarters are the same? Like, so I'm really struggling, right, so and some classes are only a half year, so that's a second quarter is really the same as a fourth quarter. So there's a lot of complication around quarter weighting in my mind. In terms of AP and honors weighting, I would need someone to explain to me what the difference is the kids are asking for, the students are asking for to go back to 1. If a course is weighted, does it matter how it's weighted? Someone mathematically has to explain that to me. Because if it doesn't matter, so then I don't know why we're having a conversation about it at all. Maybe it's just in their heads and they don't understand that it doesn't make a difference. So I'm very curious about that. The do no harm for me is, in terms of Regents exams, is also problematic in terms of how I think of it. Thinking about if we're asking for consistency in our policy, if we're only counting Regents exams for students who it helps, that's not consistent. But not counting them to the points that have been made for a test that these students are required to sit for and prepare for, what message is that sending? So I'm struggling with the do not harm subject. Timely return, then the complication in that subject for me is, if we're talking about this language around returning things before next assessment, does that mean the day before? Does that mean 3 days before? Like, how specific, if we are getting specific, is helpful to students? If it's the day before, how can they really be prepared for the next? Better than never, yes, or better than after. So I'm struggling with, there's a lot to be specific about, but I'm not sure the specifics are wholly clear to us. But I am hearing universally that we're concerned about what's best for our students, and how we get there. I trust that everybody sitting at these tables has that in mind. So that feels good to me. I'm just not sure we know where we're headed yet. I'm sorry, I have no answers.
Ms. Gilliard?
I thought I'd jump in on the quarter weighting issue, because this piece is, I think, interesting, because we've heard from various quarters that would be more fair, because you might have somebody with a fall sport or spring sport, and then whichever quarter is the one that I guess they're paying less attention to school in, they would be fairly weighted against the other ones. I don't know that I'm totally on board with that philosophy, but even if I were, right, I think that what we've consistently heard, though, from parents, and I would be interested to hear what our student board member has to say, because I think what we've heard from students as well is that even if that would be the ideal, equitable thing to do in a vacuum, that the reality of the way our high school functions is that the culture is that for many, many classes, the first test, the first lab, the first whatever is very, very hard out the gate, maybe impossible, and therefore students are hit right away with a grade that's lower. And so I think students and parents have been saying, without a culture shift on that, actually, I mean, what I've heard students express is they don't even care whether they have a spring sport or a fall sport. They just don't want to get hit hard at the beginning when they're getting to know the class, or maybe they're being hit with an assessment that is more difficult right out the gate. And I think that's something that we need to hear from people more about and understand, because when you're deciding philosophically what the right course of action is to do, you have to deal with the reality that's in front of you, right? We're not redesigning the entire system now. We don't have control over the entire system necessarily, and a culture change is a big deal.
I think though, what you're saying is something that would be almost crossing into another line of specificity in terms of like how hard a particular test is at any point, because it's so subjective.
I'm not suggesting that we get into it at all.
Okay.
No, I absolutely don't think that we should wade into that. I think it's too difficult, and it's also not our lane. I'm just saying that's the piece that we have to take into account, that I think is the opposing viewpoint to it would be fair to weight them evenly. And I think the reason we're hearing from students and parents this general outcry of, but here we're fine with them not being weighted equally, even if, like, even the spring athletes are completely fine with the current system, because realistically they're worried about being hit in that first quarter with that, again, first test, first lab, whatever out the gate. I don't think we should regulate.
Right. But I think we have to stick to kind of, I think the committee did a great job with this purpose of grading, and I'm glad Ms. Epstein had raised it, and I was kind of also like hovering on this same section, is like, what are our purposes of grading? And it's, I'm not gonna read them for everybody, but it's to communicate growth, provide information for self-evaluation, et cetera, right? All these kind of like high-level concepts of what grading is about. And, there's nothing in here that grading is, meant to be convenient for athletes or not athletes or, math Olympiad, right? I think that when you're a student, like obviously your schoolwork is your number one priority, and it's where like everybody's kind of equalized. And I think that's kind of like a long way of saying that I'm not sure that input, for me at least, would be meaningful in terms of where I land on how we as a board kind of like view how we have to approach all of the later topics to make sure that we're hitting our purpose of grading.
So, but realistically, like, that's one of the changes that we maybe are discussing, right? And so either we put specificity in, or we're okay with it going in whatever direction it's already heading in, right? Like, this is just the moment to have that conversation.
Sure.
Potentially.
You want to go, Ms. Molly, then?
Okay, so I'll just take the issues one at a time. My biggest struggle with do no harm is that the language we talk about as a board, and to which we all philosophically subscribe, that is a principle that I cannot imagine anybody choosing a life in education would not believe in, right? That is in medical terms, it's the Hippocratic Oath. Nobody would ever want to intentionally harm students. That principle is fundamentally very different from the way the term has been used in the context of standardized testing. It is a specific use. It was made, I won't say made popular, but it was sort of, it was adopted, particularly in times of emergency. We saw it become very common practice during and after the pandemic to address learning loss, to help students catch up. Some districts have pulled back from their do no harm policies, and importantly, I think in the committee's work, or at least what I noticed in my work and my research, was that I did not find any language in any board policy around do no harm, which made it very difficult to model language that I thought would be appropriate in this policy. It's not to say that we can't create our own, but we reviewed, and we reviewed far more than the policies that were shared. These are the ones we found most valuable. In all of the policies I reviewed, I could not find language anywhere. And that is something I'm really struggling with. And, to Ms. Melkonian's point, to maintain inherent logical consistency in our policy, I think uniformity and consistency and application of practices is where the board sits, where our role is. So that's, I don't know if that answered the question, but I think we can address the application of standardized test scores perhaps by making clearer the language around double testing. I think by focusing on standardized summative assessments, we cover more than just regions and make this policy in some ways more future-proof. The regions are around for now. They may not be around forever. FLACS exams are around now. They may not be around forever. There may be a new exam that we can't even predict right now. And our policy needs to accommodate that in a period where that assessment may be in place and we haven't been able to address it through policy. So to that end, I too believe we should never intentionally do harm to students, and I think we've captured that here philosophically in the policy right now. With respect to weighting, it was said earlier that, it was suggested earlier that the specificity be brought into or enhance the philosophical statements and the principles in this policy. I personally don't think that precise weightings, numbers, are a philosophical concern. I think saying that courses will be weighted is a philosophical statement, and I think that's a philosophical stake in the ground. As a lay person, as a lay leader, I'm not an educational leader, I personally don't feel equipped to make a decision about whether it's 0.3, 0.5, 0.1, 0.7. I think Ms. Alvarez noted that earlier. So that would come, and Ms. Melkonian, right? We've all said it. That's a concern with lay leadership, which is the design of a school board in New York State. So I don't think that is a philosophical concern, and as such, I personally don't believe that that's where this policy will do its most effective work. What was the other one? Weighting of
Quarters.
Quarters, same, right? Like, I think for every spring athlete that you ask, and every fall athlete that you ask, and every winter 2 athlete that you ask, right? Like, you're gonna get a different answer. And I think the principle that we're operating on with respect to uniformity and consistency is what is most fair for all students, which will ensure that we are not doing undue harm unintentionally to any one student over any other. So I personally think this policy is delivering at a level we need to clarify some things. I think we have some work to do, but I think we're delivering to students what we need to at this level. If the direction of the board is that specificity in certain areas is desirable and appropriate, I will support that, and that's what we'll work through in policy.
Ms. Brooks?
So I first want to thank the 2 members on the committee who helped create the outline and this draft. Ms. Malwani and Ms. Melkonian, this was a really collaborative effort, a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of work behind, I don't want to say behind the scenes, but after hours, right, on our own time. We had these discussions in policy, we took all the comments, we took all the considerations, and we literally drafted this on our own time, pursuant to all the public comments, to come back with this. And I know from seeing when the comments were made in Google Docs, I know when people went in at 11 o'clock at night or 7 o'clock in the morning, and I just want the community to know, everybody in the community, all the stakeholders to know that this was taken very seriously, and much as we respect the work that our administrators do when they come and they present to us, I just want the community to know what my fellow committee members have done. So, thank you both. I'm now struggling with some of my own thoughts, and as I said, if we're now saying that there's no double testing and the Regents exam is the only exam that's given, I don't know whether it should count or shouldn't count, because I listened to what Ms. Gilliar said, and she said the state makes the students do this work. I don't know if teachers would give the Regents exams if it weren't required by the states. I have no sense of what that might look like. In other words, if a teacher could give their own assessment versus the Regents staff, they could choose, what would they choose? I don't want to speak for anybody. So I wonder about that, but given that we're in a world where currently these Regents exams must be taken in order, and passed, in order for a student to graduate, a student should get the benefit of the work that they put into that Regents exam. I'm torn between that and the fact that if there's no double testing, then the Regents exam by definition will have to be graded. I feel as though there's still some work to be done there before I can land on whether I think Regents exam should count or not count. I'm now struggling with the conundrum that I raised, and I haven't been able to parse through that tonight, so I apologize for that. But in a world where there are two assessments given, the Regents exam and the teacher or the department-created exam, I do believe that if a student's grade can benefit from the Regents exam, that they should get the benefit of that. If the Regents exam is going to harm the student's grade, then the Regents exam shouldn't count for them. That's currently, and we're talking about something completely different in this grading policy. So that's why I'm stuck.
So I think you have to go back and reconcile that. But I think we've heard from enough of the board though on where everybody stands.
Oh, if you could summarize it for me, that would be great, because honestly, I'm scribbling notes all over the place, and I really don't have a clear sense of it. What I do sense is that I would say that where quarter weighting is concerned, that there's so many arguments to be made for why the first quarter shouldn't count more than the other quarters, but why fourth quarter maybe for some students. And so we could play both ends against the middle and not come out with a competent response, because
I think what we've generally heard from all of the trustees is that and again, everyone correct me if I'm wrong, is that we all agree on do no harm, right? Whatever that means, right? Not necessarily as it relates, not as it relates to Regents, but philosophically, we don't want to harm students, right? Right?
I think
so,
potential unintended
right.
negative impacts.
Yes. Right, so I think we've all agreed on that. Everybody was in agreement, I think, almost everybody on the returning of material prior to.
With some tweaking, yes.
Right? Quarter weighting, we were a little bit all over the place. I don't know that there was a majority on who, right? You said you didn't really feel qualified, right? I think Rachel was the only person who felt strong, right?
I think we agreed that we were not competent, that's why I said
that's right. So
we're not
weighting we're
competent to
skipping.
make that decision.
Weighting, it didn't sound like the majority wanted to get into the weeds on what the weightings were, but rather that we have weighting.
That we have weighting, and also that so long as what we say in the policy, that everybody in a cohort is treated the same way with respect to the grades, then it's really up to, I don't know if it's up to the board, to parents, to teachers, that whether a course currently that gets an additional point bump up will now get 0.5.
It's applied consistently across the cohort.
Eventually the cohorts will come to understand that the 0.5 is still the bump, is still the more significant bump, and it's a learning curve. It's a mental and philosophical adjustment, but they're still getting the bump.
But I think we have that. We're all in agreement. And then as it relates to the Regents, you guys there's a little bit more work to do, because I think there's some logical inconsistencies in the current policy as it's written. So I think you have to come back to the board with a. Do you agree with that, Dr. Posse, with kind of a more holistic? And the board was mixed on whether or not we even want to dip our toes in that, but it sounded like there was at least a majority that was willing to consider talking about it further, from what I got. So I think that one we have to consider talking about further. And then I think just broadly, where it sounds like most of the board is okay getting into more specifics, is where something needs to be specific to meet our purpose of grading. And if it doesn't need to be specific, we should leave that to the discretion of the building. But if something is fundamental and could be interpreted in a very wide way, we should probably be a little bit more narrow in our interpretation, but we don't want to like broadly get in the weeds on everything. Is that, I think, broadly kind of what the assignment is to go back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Gilliar?
So I may be an outlier here, and if I am, I'll accept it, but I kind of think that what I've heard from the majority of the board is that a lot of the board is not educated on this issue of weighting. Either one, right? Well, quarter weighting or class weighting, right? Right, but not, it's not like specific assignment weighting, right? Like, that's up to the teacher. I'm hearing a lot of, I don't understand what the issue is or what the nuance is, and I think that these are both issues that we've heard from the parent community a lot on, and I think it would be irresponsible of us to make a decision that we're not going to wade into that based on not being educated on it, rather than on having heard out what the parent concerns are about it, and then really understanding it and deciding if that's something that should be put into policy or not.
I will put my 2 cents in agreement with Rich on that, and then Ms. Albers, you have a
So
comment.
I'll clarify my statement on the whole difference on 0.5, 0.3, 0.7. The June curriculum did touch on that, and they did go through the differences and how they landed on, the weights they did land on. So I won't say that my opinion on it is because I'm not educated, because anyone that went to the curriculum meeting in June would be educated in how the final recommendation was given. I'd say that what I said about that was, I don't think it's a trustee role in deciding the difference between those two weights, between the original weight and the new recommended weights. That's my opinion on it. So it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm making a decision today because I don't have all the information. I was at the June curriculum, I heard the information there, and because of that, in the way it was presented, I don't need to make a change as a trustee to that. If my children were to take future AP courses, as a parent, of course I would have an opinion, because I would want my kid to have the highest weighted potential for my child in that course. So as a parent, I would have an opinion, but in our job as trustees, I don't think that the nuance of that is what I meant by that. So as far as weighted goes, that came up after I went, so I actually didn't make any kind of comment on that. It just kept going, so I was like, you know what, it's okay. But I'll make a comment. I think that there's going to be 30,000 different arguments by educators, by individual trustees. I think there's too much difference in opinion in that. You take in athletes, the discussion of athletes, for someone that deals with a lot of athletes. Rigor sometimes makes some athletes excel more. So the argument can be reversed on an athlete's schedule. So for me, again, it's not an uneducated opinion on that I have no opinion on it. It's the fact that I believe kind of what Ms. Mulwani said. If we land on the philosophy, then that should be implemented. If the board has goals, our goals should always be considered and reviewed and be implemented with everything we do throughout the district. And the superintendent knows our goals and hears our philosophies, and implementation should be on him or she in whatever district. So that's really where I land on those topics. So just to clarify on my final decision of what I'm kind of recommending the policy to do with those two topics.
I don't know that we want to get into it fully, but it's interesting because I agree with you. I heard the explanation from the committee at the curriculum meeting, and I'm curious if we heard it the same way, because what I got from that meeting was that the weighting goes into the final average, but the colleges unweight everything. And so it kind of almost doesn't matter what the weight is. So it's interesting to hear you say, like, as a parent, you care, because as a parent, I heard it doesn't matter at all. But then I would take into account, I think, how the kids feel about it. And I think there's also a philosophical piece of that to me is the board's province, right? The counter argument that I've heard from the parents is trying to expand kids who take part in honors and APs, and this weighting is like a little cherry for them, right? It feels good to have this weighting when you're taking a class that was harder, to have a way of differentiating it, even if it doesn't matter for your college application at all. That's what I heard as the argument. So my opinion on the weighting and where I would tend towards there being some weighting is totally as a board member, because I think that's where we've been heading philosophically, is that we're trying to make sure that honors and AP are attainable to more and more students. And I think that if you're working really hard in a class, you should get some sort of recognition from the fact that you're doing that.
Sorry, can I just add one thing here? And you know, to reiterate a little bit, I do want to clarify, my view on this is not, I do not feel undereducated, not only from having attended that curriculum committee meeting and having heard the parent concerns expressed there, but being a member of this community, being the parent of a rising freshman at Schreiber, I have a lot of conversations in the community, and I have listened and I understand the concerns. And what I heard from Kaylin and from others in the community is the concern isn't necessarily so specific to the amount of weight, but a psychological concern among kids who feel that their effort, their work was worth a certain amount and are now going to be told mid-career that their work is worth less. And I understand that. That's a real concern. I think, however, that this policy actually aims to address that through the language and the philosophy on cohort grading. So the students that Kaylin is hearing from now will not experience that, right? My rising freshman will never know that it was worth +1 to some kids some point 3 years ago, and he might see, oh, well, you know, this has added weight, that's the cherry on top, and that's what it is. So, you know, and that's where my perspective on the amount of weight comes from, not from undereducation, but from the fact that A, it all comes out in the wash anyway, and colleges do not see it. It gets reported on the transcript as unweighted and weighted, but also because we address that through the cohort grading language.
Anybody else? Ms. McCarty?
I too want to clarify my concern about not understanding the numbers. It's simply that why change from 1 to 0.3? If it's a bump, it's a bump. So where did that theory come from? And if the are the students objecting because they don't understand that there's no difference, or is there an actual difference? So I think it's a communication issue and a PR issue. So I'm just concerned that if and when, I do agree that we were very careful about how we talked about weighting in our draft to make sure that we were explaining the purpose and the theory behind it. I think the getting into the weeds after this is finalized and in the execution will be important for things that do officially change. Like the kids are already saying that they are not clear on some things. So I think that's where I brought up the point of, how do we decide what the weighting is, or who decides what the weighting is, because it's a little unclear for the various stakeholders involved in the conversation.
Okay, so I want to try to bring this back to sending the committee back with some directive. And I'm not sure that anything changed from what I had summarized a little bit ago, which is that there's a little bit more work to do on weighting and regents. And then all the other things I think we talked about are clear. And I think we need you guys to come back with another proposal on those topics. Good?
Okay. But I would like, if Dr. Posse would like to share anything as a superintendent, or Dr. Shields as a liaison, since we're all here chatting at 11 o'clock at night.
Is that necessary? I don't.
It's not necessary if nobody, I wanted to.
I'd rather he does it at
That's
policy,
fine.
just because it's 11 o'clock and I see we've pretty much lost the whole
We'll
room. Yeah.
Okay, I think I have a good sense, and
Okay.
if we go astray, somebody will lead us back.
Okay, great.
We'll be back here.
Ms. Gilliard wanted to say one thing. Hold on.
Oh,
Hold on. Ms. Gilliard wanted to say one last thing.
So I think as the committee goes back, because I really do value the amount of work the committee's put into this, and I sort of want to see it as it evolves. I would ask that you continue the discussions about these pieces of information, because unfortunately, I think we have a process that went partway through, at least, with grading as a committee, and I know we have a lot of community members who felt very disenfranchised and disaffected by the way that process came about. I share Ms. Alvarez's concern and issue with that, and I think it's very important that because we're discussing it again and figuring out a different way to come at this, that input be taken into account, and that those issues be just explicitly discussed. And I'm saying that as a philosophical position of where I think this should be going, less than that I have an explicit point of view on all of these. I think that there are probably a number of ways that we could go on some of this stuff, and there are intelligent, reasoned opinions on both sides of some of these things, but I think that it's really important that the community feel heard on it, and that we understand where parents and students are coming from, because at the end of the day, those are the people who are really very, very impacted by this.
I actually would ask that
Well, you're going to take it back.
Kaylin, but also I like Kaylin to, if she can, to give us more information about the student input, because a lot of the language that we put in here about the unintended negative consequences and about the cohort, whenever a student on that page 4, whenever, that wasn't page 4.
Ms. Brooks, we have to get a sense on how
Yes, but I'm saying
how
that-
formal her polling was, how many people she spoke to, what subgroups were they in?
Yeah.
We have to understand how meaningful that.
I understand.
Yeah.
But I want to respond that not only did we listen to the community, but we tried to incorporate language in here that addressed the primary concern, which was changing the grading in mid-cohort, basically. I don't want to say, mid-cohort, right? And that was, we hope to find language that addressed that, because that to us was the most inequitable aspect out of all of this. We heard it from parents, we now from students. It's December, and the students are about to go on vacation, they're still talking about this, so that's troubling.
Do you want to give your next date?
It was definitely not a critique of you or the
Oh, I didn't take
committee.
it
I think
that
you're
way.
doing a great job. It was more that an acknowledgement of the fact that because we've followed sort of maybe the protocol that shouldn't have been followed from the start, right? We've created some confusion. So there is a system in place, and then there are changes that are sort of in the hopper to happen, and we have a very upset community, and I think that that's a little bit of a different setting than we normally have when we're looking at policy in the abstract or in a forward-looking way.
I understand. Okay, next committee date, we moved it up or back, whichever, we made it sooner, so it'll come before the next board meeting. So the next policy committee meeting, next policy committee meeting date is Thursday, January 8th, 2026, at 2 p.m. The only thing that stays the same is that we will be there and we will be at the annex.
Okay. Ms. Melkonian, do you want to give curriculum update? Thank you, Ms. Brooks.
I don't have to give you an update. We had a wonderful presentation this evening. Our next meeting is Friday, January 16th at 10 a.m. We will be discussing acceleration and enrichment in the school district.
Ms. Epstein, if you would give audit and budget, please.
Certainly, audit, we are meeting on January 28th, and budget met yesterday. As you heard, Ms. Manuel went through the proposition and recommendation of the committee that we would like to present to the board at a resolution on the January meeting for language to incorporate a repair reserve. We all felt that it was beneficial for long-term fiscal planning as well as protective of our 4%, and really saw very little harm and greater benefit for it. So we are requesting that that language be added as a resolution. Does anyone have any problem with adding that?
No problem for me.
Okay. We're good? Okay, thank you. So we'll do that. The only other recommendation is I will tell you that moving forward, you also are going to hear at our next board meeting that we are going to start talking about facilities and the cost of our facilities, and also we had discussed the transfer to capital. This year, we are proposing a $4.4 million transfer to capital as opposed to a 4.2. That encompasses the Guggenheim flooring as well as the Manor Haven retaining wall and daily roof and masonry. So we will hear more about it, but we just wanted to at least give you a heads up that we felt that that was reasonable.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Epstein. We've now arrived at everyone's favorite part of the evening, the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to pull before I do some readings? No? So I'm going to make the motion, and then I have some notes about it. So I'd like to make a motion to approve items 12.1 through 18.2. Is there a second? Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 7-0, the consent agenda is approved. We'd like to thank the following donors: SUSA for 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade trips, and transportation for the 4th and 5th grade trips, and recorders for students. All of the HSAs and PTAs for their donations to the pre-K Schreiber HSA for the stipend for clubs. Guggenheim HSA for 25-26 field trips, and the Viking Sports Foundation for basketball, shooting machines, and athletic signage and decals for bleachers and outdoor bathrooms. We also want to recognize our retirees, as Dr. Shields noted earlier. As is standard, I'll read the names, which is Julie Enzalone, Miranda Best, Arthur Cook, and Colleen DeRue. We thank all of you for your service and wish you the best in your future. Moving on. Oh, is there more on the next page?
The second page.
I missed the second page, I didn't turn it. Julie Ann DeRue, Louis Gallego, Dr. Guillermina Garcia, Beatrice Gavin, Dr. David Hollis, Kristen Kearns, Stacy Mullins, Susan O'Brien, Patricia Rex, Shari Salazar, Laura Stabe, Marilyn Turtz-Friedman, and Patricia Waska and Christina Ponce. And we thank all of you for your service as well. Moving on to policy, we have policy 4531, field trips and excursions, up for first read. Do we have any comments on that policy for first read? Nope. Okay. We also have policy 0115, student harassment and bullying prevention and intervention, up for adoption. Does anyone have any comments or want to pull that? Otherwise, I'm going to make a motion. Okay. Motion to approve policy 0115, student harassment and bullying prevention and intervention. Do we have a second? Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 7-0, the policy is approved. We have no old business today. Does anybody have new business? There was nothing we were told about. Great. So we're going to move to our second opportunity for the community to be heard. I'm going to start same requirements as earlier, 3 minutes, et cetera. Ms. McLean.
Hi, good evening. Regina McLean, President of the Port Washington Teachers Association. I represent over 500 dedicated and caring educational professionals. Regarding your discussion on grading this evening, it was discussed that some districts have specificity in their board grading policy. In those places where you see specificity in their board policy, those districts consulted with the educational professionals to design their policy. They did not presume to have the educational knowledge to be able to design that specificity on their own. School board trustees are lay people and should leave the specifics to the educational professionals. Regarding Dr. Feeney's presentation on program enhancements, we are disappointed to hear the proposal about eliminating math chairs at the high school and middle school. We believe that chairs provide great value for the district as a whole, and we don't believe that a K-12 director can replace the work that a chair performs. We hope that this will be reconsidered.
Thank you. Do we have any additional speakers? No. Okay. We do not have another recess to executive session, so at this time, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Ms. Alvarez, second. All in favor? 7-0. Okay. See you. Yep. See you all back January 6th, 2025. And 11:08. It's late for our recent meetings, but not late for our meetings.